Yeah, let's get started. Okay, it is 6:31, so we're going to get started. So the first thing, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. So just some meeting logistics. If you're joining us remotely, if you would make sure that your name as it appears is your first and last name, so I know how to address you properly. If you have something to say, if you would introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you live, that would be really helpful. We recommend that you keep your comments at 2 minutes. Donna over here is going to help us with timing on that. She'll hold up signs to indicate when you're at 1 minute and then at 2 minutes. And make sure your comments are relevant to the agenda item that we are on. If you have something to say that is not a part of or not relevant to an agenda item, then that could be during general business and appearances. That's time for any comments not related to our agenda to be made. And so make sure that you that I'm calling on you before you speak, and I think that's it. I do know that we have one counselor who is joining us remotely. Jennifer, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Jennifer Morton, District 3. I don't feel well, so I'm coming in via the Zoom for everybody.
Great. Thank you. And I hope you feel better. All right. So the next thing is to review and approve the agenda. So the thing that we're going to do with that is I would actually like to move up the item about it's item 11, the 203 Country Club Road. If we could move that, I think just ahead of the project management approval. So just flip-flop the order there. I think that would be good. All right. And so, all right. So now, does anyone have any other information about agenda changes? Yes.
I noticed in the packet that there's a suggestion that we might want to hold off on the item number 6C, the appointments to the Conservation Commission, because Phyllis Rubenstein, who's a member, has been.
I'm sorry. Can you hold on a second? I'm sorry. There's some talking happening. If you could hold off. Could you say that again, Jack?
Item 6C, the Conservation Commission. I suggest that we put it off to our next meeting because Phyllis Rubenstein, whose term is up, has been away. I just tried calling her before our meeting and just got her voicemail.
Okay. So without objection, I don't think there's anything urgent on that one. So we will, Paige, you're on the Conservation Commission, am I correct? Go ahead, Paige. You are muted though.
Thank you. Phyllis is very heavily involved in a project that several of us are doing on the commission, and I'm quite sure that she will want to continue. And frankly, we desperately need the 3 new members. So please don't delay, because I'm positive that Phyllis will reapply, because we've been involved in a project for the last 6 months and it's ongoing through this fall. So I'm sure she will not reapply, and I'm surprised she hasn't.
Okay, so just on the topic of whether or not we're moving this item, one question that I have about this is not one of the committees that has a prescribed number of seats.
There are 9.
There are 9. Okay.
There are 9, and we only have 6 people, 6 members.
Counting Phyllis. Okay.
Counting Phyllis and Michael.
All right. So if it's okay with you all, let's keep that item then. Is that all right, Jack?
That's fine.
Okay.
Looking at it, I see that there's plenty of room to add Phyllis even with the other people who are.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so now we are up to, so with that, we'll consider the agenda approved. So now we're up to general business and appearances. So if you have something to say that is otherwise not on our agenda, now is the time. If you had thoughts or comments, now is welcome. And we'll start with folks who are with us in person.
Good evening, Maurice Martineau, Scribner Street. Been a resident for 25, 30 years. I sent this all to you via email 2 months ago. I spoke to Mr. Steve Ribellini. I've hunted on the property at the Elks for the last 20 years. And again, I'm asking if I can continue to do that because he referred me to you. If you're not aware, people have already set up deer stands because elk members have hunted there for a decade. And I just wanted to bring it up that I'd like to know if I'm allowed to hunt. And if it isn't, you better get some signs up real quickly because October 1st is the beginning of hunting season. And I hunt with archery. It's safe, soundless, and helps to mitigate the loss of the plants and such around the building, and that's why we've done that for years. So I just want to let you know that people are already there, so you better make a decision if you're going to allow them or not.
Great, thank you. Other comments from folks who are with us in person? And we will get back to you about that. Do you need a decision from this council or do you?
Well, I think that is a policy decision. You're also going to be talking about the uses of that property later this meeting.
So we could maybe.
We could certainly add it to the next agenda, the 14th of September, and make sure it's a clear agenda and that way we can have some staff work prepared.
Okay.
So why don't we do that?
All right. So we'll take it up at probably at the next meeting. Great. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, as usual, I have to take this thing off the stand. So my name is Aaron Clark. I am a resident of Montpelier. I have something that's not related to the city ordinance against prostitution, which I know is later, but this is specifically with the motion that was made by the city council to support consensual prostitution across the state. And I know that last time that there was some discussion, there was like starting a discussion of, hey, maybe we should reconsider that because we didn't know. It sounded like everybody was saying, oh yeah, I don't even know the differences between the different approaches to decriminalizing prostitution, like the Nordic model, the equality model, the Swiss model. It sounded like there was a lot of ignorance out of which that support came for that statewide decriminalization of consensual prostitution. So the first thing I wanted to say in the general public comments was to ask you guys to reconsider that, putting a motion to either rescind that until you've had more time to actually hear from people about these different models, to educate yourselves about these different models that are out there, and to support that instead of consensual prostitution. It's like, out of all these models I just listed, it's the most radical, well, not the most radical, but it's second or maybe third. There's a lot of models. It's a pretty radical measure. So I would just encourage you to do that. That's my ask. So my ask right now is, would you consider putting a motion to talking about that, rescinding it until you've talked more about the different models and educate yourself more? So that's my first thing. And I would like to hear an answer to that because sometimes I don't get answers for, that question. Like last time I asked a question, which is the other thing I wanted to ask was, last time I asked a question about how we are able to not enforce a state ordinance. The state ordinance being that prostitution is still illegal in the state. And we had someone up here say, I sell my body for sex, literally confess that right here in front of the whole city council, in front of the police chief who's sitting right here. And my question was last time, how are we not prosecuting or investigating something like that, where there's a state ordinance being defied so clearly? in front of everybody. So that's my question. I would like an answer to that. So there's my two. So that first one, kind of a not really a question, but I guess a motion. The second one is a question. Can I get answers to that right now, or when can I get an answer to that?
Okay, you want to answer the second
I
one?
can answer the second one. There was no crime committed at our meeting. Just because someone says they do something or have done something doesn't mean they were actually committing a crime. So no action could be taken. There may or may not be investigations happening there, and it may or may not be happening in Montpelier. So because a person said a person could say I take drugs, that's illegal. But if they aren't doing it in a place and we don't have the possession, then nothing happened. So that's the answer.
So just a follow-up question. So if I say,
if you wouldn't mind, is there anything more?
No,
that-
that's so. I mean, he would.
Okay.
The inference was someone admitted to a crime here in front of us, and
Right.
the answer is they didn't commit any crime. There was no witness. There's no complaint, and for all I know, and I'm not privy to, there could be an investigation. I don't know,
Right,
But we
right.
can't presume that there is or isn't just from what you know on that situation.
And on the
Yeah.
first question,
well, I just want to follow up question that because
so
that
we
is,
don't. Yeah,
if I say
so-
I murdered someone up here, and we don't have any kind of investigation. I mean, if I say I have drugs,
So-
I'm doing drugs.
I'm going to interrupt you.
I imagine there should be
Um,
investigation of some
So
sort.
on to the first question, I think we are going to be reconsidering all of the things that we take as a position on for state, like our legislative agenda. So we'll be retaking up all of that when we do our legislative agenda, which I think is in November. So yeah.
So you're
that's it.
gonna
So
you're gonna take
but
that
we don't
back
we don't
then?
really do back and forths, just so you know.
So I can. Oh, that's kind of hard. To
Yes.
just ask a question and then
Yep.
not have any kind
I
of
know,
way to talk
but
back.
we have a lot but we can't really afford to do that with so many people that are going to want to say things.
I guess
So
I've seen that happen here, which is why I thought it was normal. So
it's
that's-
not.
I've seen it happen.
Yes, right. And so I'm telling you and everyone that
Yeah.
we don't really do back and forth.
Starting now, never do that again.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, I didn't get an answer really to that question, so that's
Well,
why.
so great. Thank you.
So I
and
would like to
have-
get an answer. At some
Well,
point,
thank you.
actually.
And
That's why I'm putting that out there.
so
and
please
now I'm
don't,
leaving. That's why I'm just saying that.
Yep.
'Cause
Great. And you need to sit down now. Thank you. Okay. Please keep in mind that you need my permission to say things. So if I'm asking you to stop, if you would please stop, that would be very helpful. That is the kind of thing that will get like a warning. So just
for people's understanding that the council has adopted rules of conduct for our meeting, and they are posted on that there. I know they're small letters, but anyone wants to
It's
read
okay.
what the rules of conduct of the meeting are, they're right there for all to see.
Okay. All right. So any other folks with us in person who wish to make a comment? Yes.
Hi, my name's Thomas Fallon. I've been living on Berry Street for like 3 years now. Gosh, after what just happened with the back and forth thing, it's gonna be really hard. But I think you'll understand that after last month's meeting, it was kind of hard to stick around for 4 hours, right? But an issue that I really cared about came on around the 4 hour mark, and I feel that I've been fielding opinions from people all over the town and talking to a lot of people, but really I don't know how else to do it besides ask certain questions to you guys about this decision and just sort of increase your knowledge and increase the public's knowledge at the same time. So this has to do with the item discussing the property under 12 to 16 Main Street, which is this green lot at the end of town that everybody sees. It's right next to Shaw's. There's a garden box there, and there's a lot of different ideas and different levels of knowledge about what's going on there within the community. I found that out through talking to people. And so I guess the issue I had was that I was uneducated. So I looked up the master plan and everything, and I was sort of angry because it was zoned, I guess, as infill opportunities, and other places in the master plan where you're considering a public surveys, they're constantly going back to walkable spaces green spaces, and safety measures. And I think safety is a huge part of the discussion when we talk about that intersection there, and doing any building on that lot as something that's quite dangerous at such a busy intersection where visibility is a priority for both pedestrians and drivers. So I know you guys are installing a light there, but so I guess my main qualm with this is I want you guys to be honest with us. If any of you guys are involved with the what you call stakeholders in the master plan, that I might have missed that, but if it was discussed for the decision about this space, which is part of the study of the master plan, I think you guys should be open with us and say, I am a stakeholder. I do business with the stakeholders, and be willing to say whether or not you will recuse yourself from the decision or not. And so I just advocate for people who think, I got a lot of people who don't know what's going on, the decisions, until it's reported in the news. So I had to tell them about it. And so I'm saying that this issue is not getting as much public comment as it deserves. And we all have different ideas about affordable housing. But if just taking that green space away from people overnight is sort of the solution, then I really have to ask you guys to be more open and honest about your positions financially with the project and how you're going to integrate the green space infrastructure that you talked about in the master plan. And we would all appreciate, and I'm finishing up right here, we would all just appreciate you guys taking more stewardship of the green spaces, especially in that area there, so that people who don't have access to or aren't able-bodied or are sick or elderly have more access to green space within the city. I think that's a big factor too. So I've been thinking about this all month. I appreciate your patience and forbearance with this issue. But it really matters to me, and I feel like the public is unaware of what's being decided on as it's being talked about on the agenda as it pertains to that issue. So I don't want to stick around all meeting, but if you could tell me if you schedule something or address it, I'm more than willing to. Anyway, I'll get off the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. You raise a good point. It was really late when we made that decision. I mean, you raise another point about just how people are informed about what we are talking about in general. That feels like a separate topic necessarily than specifically what's happening with 12 to 16 Main. And we are always looking for ways to be better about that. So let's have a conversation at some point about that to, if you have ideas as to how we can be better getting the word out. We posted on Front Porch Forum and and on Facebook, and anyway, we're trying to get it out as many ways as we can, but that doesn't mean that it can't be better. So totally open to that. So that's one thing. As to 12 to 16 Main, we could take it up again, but it is also a decision that we've made. You had some thoughts about our financial positions, like if there was a conflict of interest, right? And so I'll just say, I don't know of any of us that have conflicts of interest, and just want to check in with folks again. Does anyone have a financial interest in the awarding of that? Jack.
It's worth pointing out that the city does have an ethics policy that includes a requirement that any member of the council disclose any potential conflict of interest on any item that we're discussing, and to recuse him or herself if a conflict of interest exists. And I would say that that's a policy that each one of us takes very seriously, because we're not here to enrich ourselves. We're here to serve the people of Montpelier.
Yeah.
And that's available on the city's webpage.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on, so I guess I would say if folks, or Donna, do you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just that study was done, I believe, in 2019, which designated that space to be a building. So our decision recently just confirmed to stay with that. And that was a master plan study that had public hearings. So I just wanted to remind people that that's also posted on the website.
So I would also say that if folks are interested in having more input on that, come to public, this time. This would be a great opportunity. Yeah, so I guess I'll leave it there for now, but thank you. Okay. Anyone else with us in person wish to make a comment on something that is not on our agenda? Okay. Anyone with us virtually wish to make a comment? You can use the raise hand icon under reactions on Zoom, or you can just unmute yourself and say hello, or you can turn your camera on and wave. All right, so I'm not seeing anyone. So we are going to keep going then. All right, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion regarding the consent agenda?
I move the consent agenda.
Okay, motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, yes. You don't have anything. Okay, that's what
No,
I'm
I was
gathering.
just raising my hand to make sure I got unmuted. That's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, great. Okay. All right. So with any further discussion, okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And okay, thank you. And opposed. Okay, so the consent agenda passes, and we're on to committee appointments. So we have 3 committees to make appointments to: the Complete Streets Group, Public Arts Commission, and Conservation Commission. I'm going to just check in to see if any of the folks for all 3 of these all 3 of these groups are here. And if you are here, if you would introduce yourself and tell us about your interest in this, in serving on these committees, that would be helpful. So just to check, Caitlin Belcher, Ron Merkin, or Tori Roden, are you here? Or online? I haven't actually gotten to check online to see if any of these folks are here. Okay, I am not seeing them. Okay. Thomas Mulholland, are you here? Okay. Jennifer Lee Brown, Paul Marangelo, and Randy Hacker, are you here? My goodness. Okay. All right. Well, so with that, Council, what would you like to do? Is there a motion? Yes, go ahead, Jack.
Let me tell you what I was thinking. I don't really, I think the policy question that is before us is raised by the applications to the Complete Streets Committee, because it's a question of whether we want to expand the membership.
Mhm.
And that's not really a question of the individual applicants. And so I'm thinking that we can have that in public session, but if someone disagrees, I'm happy with that too.
It's fine with me. Yep. Okay. Seeing a lot of nods. That's good. Because otherwise there is either enough or more vacancies than we have people applying. Right. So that's good. So and, for the Complete Streets Group, I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't make it bigger. Yes,
Right.
Donna.
The council initially said they wanted it 7 to 9 people, and I think you have 9.
Okay.
And some alternates.
It's always just a matter of one of quorum, and that committee is very generous, like most of Montpelier's committees, of welcoming people to come and participate. It's very much a very common discussion. It isn't a matter if you're a member or not. So I really feel it's better if we stay with the 9 and just invite people to come and participate than to increase it and then have quorum problems.
So you'd rather go with one rather than appointing all 3. If we end up having to talk about who, then I might recommend that we go into executive session for that part of it.
Yeah, except I think there are no vacancies right now. So these are 3 people that
no
are seeking
vacancies on
to.
that committee.
Oh, there's
to
no
expand and
vacancies.
add
Oh, I thought
themselves.
there was one. Okay.
The sheet says 1.
She's just one, but then the action, so then up above it
There
says
was a
there's,
question about Ward
Sorry?
Joyce's, because there's no clear date of appointment.
I see.
Oh,
No, maybe that's on the Arts Committee. I'm sorry. Sorry, that's on the Arts Committee, not the Complete Streets.
sorry. So
Okay,
on
so under
the,
the action, yeah, so I don't know, Cameron, do you know anything about this? It says that there there are no vacancies, and then down below it
It has
should
one,
list one vacant.
despite there being no vacancies. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Honestly, that might have been there by mistake. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because there's 9 people and 3 alternates there. So that's just a mistake. The vacant slot.
Jack.
I agree with Donna, especially I think it's more than a question of getting a quorum. It's also that how big and unwieldy do we want to make any given committee? And the bigger it is, the more challenging it can sometimes be to have an orderly discussion, particularly if the alternates come to the meetings, and I don't know if they do. But so I agree that not adding members unless the chair or the co-chairs of the meeting of the committee were coming here saying, yeah, they want more people, I might think differently, but otherwise I'd be inclined to say we're not making any new appointments.
Lauren. Oh, and then Donna. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it also looks like in December, there's a spot coming up, and then in 6 months, February, there's another 5 or so, if I'm doing math quickly. So it looks like there's opportunity for interested folks. It's great that people are eager to get on this, but maybe people who are really interested could participate for now and then apply once spots start opening up, which is not too far in the future.
Okay. Donna.
Well, and this group does have a lot of community projects, so they love to have volunteers participate. But the other thing I noticed is I thought we were trying to get the committees to have a more consistent date of appointment, and this one is sort of all over the map. So when we get into the December appointments, maybe we could try to tidy that up. Does that make sense, Phil? Thank you.
Okay. So do we have a motion about appointments?
I
Well,
move that we
yeah, go ahead.
make no appointments to the Complete Streets Committee.
So I'm going to interrupt there because like a motion to take no action is like not really a thing. So, but we have these other 2 committees, right? There's the Public Arts Commission and the Conservation Commission. So would you be open to changing your motion to be about those?
I move that we appoint all the applicants to the other 2 committees.
Second.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Hi.
Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. And grateful to everyone who stepped forward to participate in those committees, and to those folks who are interested in the Complete Streets Committee. I would recommend that you still go to that committee because it is open to the public, and you would still certainly be welcome to be there and to participate. Okay, so the next thing up is the second public reading of the prostitution ordinance update. And so for that, I'm going to open the public hearing about that. So again, if you have thoughts or comments, try to keep them to 2 minutes, and Donna will help us with that. If you'd say your name and again where you live, that is helpful for our minutes. And I think that's it. Did anything you want to say before?
I just add to remind people as we get ready to make comment that the item is simply repealing the existing ordinance that's on the city's books. It doesn't go any further than that. So that's the conversation is about that issue, and that's that. So it doesn't talk about state statute. It doesn't talk about other policy or anything else. It's simply discussing whether this ordinance as written should be repealed.
And so would ask folks to keep their comments germane to that. Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. So we'll start with the folks who are with us in person. Feel free to come on up, and you can form a queue or line, and we'll start with, again, folks who are with us in person, then we'll go to folks with us virtually. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diana Tierney, and I live on Pinewood Road. I've lived here since '85. A friend asked me to write my ideas about this. So it's a very short paragraph. When an ordinance is taken off the books, law enforcement has less opportunity and indeed less authority to inspect that area of activity. Society can only tackle trafficking and abuse activity if there is an opportunity to interact with prostitutes who are at the center of the abuse in that trade. Unfortunately, the prostitution itself is often the only identifiable sign in the network of other crimes that accompany it. This should not become another no-go zone for law enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi again. I'll spare you the handouts this time.
What is your name and where you live?
I'm Henry June Binks. I'm the co-founder and co-director of an anti-trafficking organization with emphasis on safer conditions for consensual sex workers in Vermont called the Ishtar Collective. I'm just here to make a couple of remarks about the importance and the weight of language and the way that it endorses stigma and violence. Again, we are not here, as you all generously reminded us, to discuss the decriminalization of sex work in the state of Vermont. We're instead here to discuss archaic language that has been used institutionally to prohibit acts of prostitution within the city. The problem with the ordinance's language is that it's sexist and dehumanizing. Bottom line, it's dated to the point where the paragraph speaking on houses of ill fame suggests that only men can own homes. The year is 2022. Roe v. Wade has been overturned, and the fallout of that has already become dangerous. There is already a market for unapproved abortion drugs that is affecting people's health. The 10-year-old was denied access to safe termination after a pregnancy that was a result of sexual assault. And this is all very much a matter of language and how we misuse our individual moral compasses. What this really boils down to is that the members of your community who engage in consensual sex work are asking to be recognized as human beings. We are not trying to evangelize our industry. We're not trying to bring people's daughters and sons. And because sex work is across the gender spectrum, it's not just ladies. We're not trying to drag anybody into the dark underbelly of humanity and exploit them. We're laborers like everybody else. We're neighbors, we're farmers, parents, we're people who walk in faith, we're family members, and we're friends at the end of the day. We're asking you to strike down this language out of honor and respect for our humanity, because we're not common prostitutes as we were told we were in Burlington. We're not simply women of the night. We're people with dreams, and we want a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Savannah Sly. I'm a sex worker. I've been a sex worker since I was 18. I grew up in Vermont around the White River Junction area. I have lived and worked in Vermont for a long time. I have worked in Montpelier. I don't flaunt it, but that has been something I have done, and I'm here in support of repealing this language. The police review committee recommended it. I'm in support of that recommendation. The language, as Henry said, is archaic and sexist, but also I really want to point out the housing implication. This language would deny housing potentially to people who have been involved in the sex trade. And if we can't differentiate at this point yet between victims of exploitation and sex workers, and also that can be a continuum for many of us, and it has been for me in my life, this can result in people losing housing or being denied housing. This is a very current reality. This might be old language, but I'm the former board president of the Sex Workers Outreach Project USA, and I have a national scope on what's happening with people in the sex trade. And frequently, sex workers and their families are denied housing or evicted because of their engagement in prostitution, but also legal forms of sex work, such as stripping or camming. And during the pandemic, we saw a huge increase of people turning to online forms of sex work to make ends meet. In May of 2020 alone, there were between 5,000 and 7,000 people per day signing up to a platform called OnlyFans to sell erotic and sexual content online. So there are tons of people engaging in the sex trade to make ends meet, and those people are vulnerable to different forms of discrimination. And I'm deeply concerned about the housing clause, and I really encourage you to repeal this language. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maurice Martineau, Scribner Street. I agree with her. It should be, the language is just incorrect, period. First of all, it's not just women. Men, transsexual, children, non-binary. I just got a few questions. Do they pay state and federal taxes like I have to? If they're running a business, do they register with the Secretary of State? Do they have liability insurance? Do they pay workman's comp? Do they have health insurance? Isn't it considered a kind of a health risk right now to encourage this? We got monkeypox coming. We've got the Omicron variants. Just think of what the language says. I agree, it's wrong. It shouldn't be just a female prostitute. It encompasses the whole population. And we're just opening the Pandora's box. If they want to register, be a business, advertise, become a taxpayer, that's fine. But let me share what I had, for an instance, when I was in Las Vegas, when I'm walking with my wife of 35 years. And a person walked up to us, handed me the leaflet, wanted to know if I'd had a blowjob lately. And then looked at my wife and said, "Have you gotten laid good lately?" I was flabbergasted. And for me to have to handle that or receive that in Vermont, I do have a question though. May I bring the woman that got arrested for prostitution in Brattleboro up here and rent my house to her so I can move to New Hampshire? Because that's my goal. If she can rent my house in a residential area legally and run a business, that's fine. I'll add her to your tax coffers, but that doesn't happen. If it does, I'm all for it, but they better have health insurance and they better have a lot of protection for the community. I have nothing against it. They can all go to heaven. I have no problem with that. We all can. But this is just not the way to run a business. And that's what it is. Because if they are using this to supplement their income, more power to them. We know that people make money under the table left and right, but is it a health risk? Is it a moral risk for a minor? Geez, I might just well put up a job fair sign for her to meet in the parking lot of Montpelier High School. When it becomes legal, I can do that. Washington World wouldn't let me. I brought it to them as a spoof. They were shocked. But legally, I contacted the ACLU. I've got a right to sue them.
Thank you. Anyone else who's here with us in person?
Hi, can everyone hear me? All right, thank you. I'm Joseph Page. I'm a resident of Montpelier, and I just want to point out that there are generations that are coming after us that are being very negatively and disgustingly impacted in schools, not only in Vermont, but across the country. And I really think that we need to consider the impact of words. The minds of not only children, but high schoolers, young college students, they're still developing, they're still learning about how the world works. And I'm sure that many of them are thinking, what do I want my future to look like? So we really need to consider the future generations and the future of this state. What are we opening the door to? There's a lot that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mariah Infinger, and I am a New Hampshire resident. I am a consensual sex worker who has also worked in Vermont. I am more than a sex worker. I am a mother, an advocate, and a human being. I wish to be seen as such. Please change this language and recognize us as the human beings that we are.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for, I'm not sure that's on. Okay. My name is Tom Kelly. I'm from Berry City, and thank you for opening it up to folks who aren't from Montpelier. I just want to take kind of a broader view of somebody who hasn't been following this debate so closely, and some of the things that were said at the first part of the meeting I wasn't aware of, but I think we need to set the bar higher for us all, knowing that we will all fall short from time to time. I think this move, without putting it in context, if it's just as the mayor said, it's just a matter of eliminating it, sends a message. I think the elimination of the ordinance without explanation contributes to the debasement of our society, adds to the coarseness of our culture, I think. I would agree. I'm familiar with statutes and ordinances. I worked in the field of looking at statutes for 35 years. And I think the language definitely needs to be modified. There's no question it's archaic. But I'm concerned as a Vermonter, and this is our capital city. It's an extraordinary step, it seems to me, to eliminate such an ordinance without putting it in context. As a prosecutor for 35 years, I don't recall a single prosecution for the crime of prostitution. But the law is a teacher, and it sends a message when you take action, such as this. So amend the ordinance, don't eliminate it. You send a message to the community and to the whole state by eliminating the prohibition without explanation. Prostitution, as generally understood, is demeaning, exploitative, dangerous, immoral, and just plain wrong. The sale of the human body demeans both the seller and the buyer. So I'm asking you to reconsider this action. Again, let's appeal to our better angels for goodness, beauty, and truth. Don't condone or endorse prostitution. You could take that step, eliminate the ordinance, but say you don't condone or endorse prostitution, and we rely on the statute to be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor, go ahead.
Sorry, Tom. Does Berry City currently have an ordinance like this on the books?
I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Good question, but I don't think that's really relevant to why I'm here.
They don't, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
But there is a statute.
I might have to step out a minute, because apparently Peter and Zach are here. I don't know why. If I
Hi,
just step out,
my
then-
name's Emma. I live in South Royalton, Vermont. I was born in Vermont and I am a sex worker here. And I would encourage you to not only remove this, as we've heard before, like just horrific language from your city ordinance, but also to consider the fact that even replacing it with something that does echo the state law would still be sending a message to everyone in Vermont and nationwide, saying that Montpelier, specifically, Montpelier residents have a particular issue with sex workers. It would be like going out of your way to be a little bit spiteful, considering the fact that, yeah, after we struck down the one in Burlington successfully, there's, I think, only Winooski. I might be wrong about, does anyone have any better information on that? But I think only Winooski has a city ordinance in place regarding prostitution. Nowhere else, no other town in Vermont has that. I feel like that kind of speaks for itself. So thanks.
Thank you. As you're coming up, I actually have to step out really quick, so I'm going to turn things over to Jack. I'll be right back.
Come on up.
I'm Thomas Graham, still registered to vote in Montpelier. And I got a little statement. So what percentage of residents in this town have ever in their lives watched porn? 70? Seems low to me. All of us who have ever done that, includes myself, I'll out myself, we're consumers of sex work. So does that mean that we condone sex work when it's happening somewhere else. I've consumed porn that was filmed in this town. That's sex work. So are we going to arrest most of the people who live in this town? Because I don't think we can have a viable town over arresting everybody. So if the proponents of this criminalization really believe this lie that all sex work is evil slavery and inherently harmful to children, then why are all these consumers allowed to walk free in this town? And if we actually care about opposing slavery, and especially slavery that targets children, why is City Council legally allowing Shaw's to sell Nestle chocolate? Because it's 100% certain that Nestle chocolate involves brutal child slavery in its supply chain. Why is that legal? Maybe it's because these laws, these criminalizing laws against sex work, are not really about protecting people from abuse. They're about sexual bigotry. They're about people who can't handle other people having sex. That's all it is. And as a queer person, I know how dangerous that bigotry is. My ex-lover, Fern Feather, was murdered this year. And, she was a queer person, a trans person who was a founding member of the Ishtar Collective. And, her dying that way really shows that if you give these sexual bigots an inch, they will take more than a mile. So please repeal this language, because we cannot be capitulating to these kinds of forces in a modern progressive society. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Shively. I'm a Massachusetts resident, and I've been coming up here for these meetings because what happens here is going to affect the whole region. In past meetings, we've talked about this, the language, and if the only issue on the table is, do we get rid of this language, yes or no, then sure, get rid of it. The language is unacceptable the way it is. But then the issue has always been raised that should it be replaced with something else? It's prohibition. Allows you to regulate it or contain the industry, but it is not as offensive. And in those discussions, most of you spoke out in favor of decriminalization. And the reason you don't want to put new language in there that is also a prohibition is because you support decriminalization or at most are undecided. Now, I can show you mountains of evidence that refutes the very small sliver of only supportive evidence that ended up in that police reform report. But, no one wants to hear a war of dueling research pinheads, right? What we can do, though, is just look, we got a lot of people who say they're sex workers and it works for them and they're happy with it, and that's great. We've got a lot of other people who say it was horrible for them and they're opposed to it and they are trafficking victims. We can just cut right to the chase, essentially, which is what happens when prostitution ordinances and prostitution laws are not enforced, because it's been done. And people can assert all kinds of things that they think would happen, but we can actually see what has happened. So Baltimore, about 2.5 years ago, they said, we're going to stop prosecuting prostitution and we're going to stop enforcing ordinances, which is exactly what people have been saying they want. Shouldn't things have just been awesome? Shouldn't people have been not stigmatized and all of these good things are supposedly going to happen? It's been a disaster. And the prosecutor who adopted that policy and said she would no longer prosecute prostitution or enforce any ordinances just got voted out of office. San Francisco, about the same time frame, exactly the same situation, except didn't get voted out of office. The prosecutor that adopted those policies that ended up working out disastrously and this crime rate skyrocketed, just got recalled out of office. Similar things are going on in Philadelphia and in Los Angeles. You can look at other countries. You can look around the suburbs of London. They have tolerance zones. Again, this is what they're saying they want, which is don't prosecute us, just leave us alone. Every single time, it's the same story. Crime goes through the roof, the problem gets out of control, the market expands, and trafficking increases. There's 2 studies that were international studies said what happens under different legal frameworks. And what they found is that out of one study of 150 countries, one study of 30 countries, where prostitution is decriminalized or legalized, you get more sex trafficking, not less. New Zealand has had decriminalized prostitution for 20 years. And the argument is, some people are asserting that, Well, it'll free police up to focus on the serious problem of sex trafficking if they aren't harassing sex workers. Well, guess how many adult victims of sex trafficking have been investigated or even identified by police in 20 years? 0. Not one in New Zealand since that policy took place. It undermines police ability to investigate human trafficking when you have decriminalized and tolerated prostitution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Ava Ambrose, and I'm a New Hampshire resident and a consensual sex worker. The current language is sexist, archaic, and aids in housing discrimination. We are in the midst of a housing crisis, and people don't need extra barriers in trying to keep a roof over their heads. I came here to say that I trust the experiences of the sex workers in Montpelier and support the recommendations regarding the prostitution ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Tarrant, and I live in Waterbury, which is right next door. I'm a mother and a professional musician. So I chose an alternative lifestyle in a way as a musician. And I have done it responsibly all of these years, and I don't think it's hanging out everywhere, in a matter of speaking. I think this whole thing with like pushing sex, everything sex in society right now it's belittling it. It's a beautiful thing consensually. It shouldn't have to involve an exchange, a monetary exchange. If that's your choice, that's fine. But I don't want it next door to me. I don't want to look outside of my apartment and somebody's turning a trick in their car. I have children. It gets legalized, then it's industrialized, then it's proliferation and normalization. This is a beautiful thing that's being turned on its head, and it's ugly. Unless it's kept in its own place, that's your consensual thing. I don't want to hear about it all the time. And I don't think a lot of Americans do. Thank you.
If I may, we don't get a lot of folks with signs. So this is kind of a new thing. I appreciate that you have signs. If you would keep them at eye level or below so that you're not blocking people behind you. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
I always wish you had a podium here because I always feel like I have too much stuff. My name is Maggie. I'm the Vermont chair for New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation, and I'm very concerned about what's happening here. I'm as concerned as I was when it was happening in Burlington. I want to talk a little bit about ordinances. They're put in place by municipalities to handle things that come up in their own unique areas. I think it's really irresponsible to just delete what you're talking about deleting. I did want to tell you that I work with an organization out of Massachusetts, and the report from her tells me that most trafficking and prostituted people that are harmed in Vermont, the majority that she sees, because they're treated out of state, because we don't have resources to treat them, are from Montpelier and Burlington and Stowe. So you need to know that harm is coming from your communities. This ordinance would be in place, and I agree, rephrase it, restate it, but keep it in place, because these women that are brutalized on a regular basis coming from your community, you know, for every one sitting here, there are 9 or 10 that are victimized by trafficking and forced prostitution. So I really want you to hear that. That's really important. I wanted to speak to this gentleman, his comment at the last meeting that I was at. He said, oh, you know, removing this will make it safer for women who are harmed. Well, you know what? I wish you were more fully informed again, because we passed a law through legislation. It's H18. And in that legislation, which was child exploitation bill, they actually included, apart from the prostitution immunity aspect of H568 and then H268, that incorporated the immunity aspect for people who are a witness to or victim of a crime while they're in the act of prostitution. So those women have protection if they are being harmed. And anyone listening, if you are being harmed out there, you have protection. You can come forward. I have a copy of that for you. And then finally, I wanted to talk about what's happening in Vermont, because maybe you don't know. I've been researching this for 3 years. I've been doing intent study for 3 years. And in the last few months, I just started pulling history from Vermont. Trafficking and prostitution, forced prostitution. For every one, there are 9 that are trapped in it and have no way out. That's why they call it the choice of the choiceless. So I'm just going to go through a list, and I'm going to leave these. They have little mini scripts, but you can look up the articles because I left the titles for you. In Brattleboro, just a few weeks ago, human trafficking investigation results in raid of local massage parlor. At the same time, another article, police arrest alleged madam in Vermont spa prostitution probe. Those are Brattleboro. Then Bennington, May of 2013, June of 2013, January of 2014, July 29 of 2021. In Burlington, more cases about forced prostitution, harm to women, and sex work. June 2013, August 2016, January 2019, May 2019. In Colchester, July 2021. In Essex, June 2013. In Highgate, May 2015. In Heinsberg, August 2016. In Hyde Park, May 2015. In Ludlow, May 2015. In Morrisville, August 2016. I'm sorry, I'll just do this last one. Plainfield, 2018, and I have 2 more pages of it. This is victimization, harm of women, men, and children. This is on your watch. This is a big responsibility. I'm going to take the clips off these and bring them back and share them.
Thank you. Anyone else who's with us in person?
Hey again. So I just want to start by saying some of the things that I've heard from people on the other side. Just want to kind of address that. It seems like there's this idea that of bigotry and hatred on the side of people who want to see this criminalized. And I don't see that at all with the people that I talk to myself. In fact, it's because I see the human dignity, the value of human lives and dignity of human lives and human bodies, that I think it is such an affront to people to give their bodies and to sell it. And so it's actually for love of humanity that personally I do this, and the people I talk to do it. And I know you guys don't believe this, but even love for you guys to see you guys experience a wholesome life. And I know you don't believe it, but that's just reality. That's what is in our heart. Now, the last thing I'll say is just kind of pointing out what I have seen in this community, people that I have talked to, not a huge sampling, but, the dozens of people that I've talked to personally, I've never met anybody just living here who has said, oh, that's a great idea. I've never heard anybody say that. They've said maybe some versions, other models, maybe that, but never consensual prostitution. In fact, I know a family that just moved in here as our neighbors, and they had a 3-year plan to move here to Montpelier, and they've been planning for years. They said this was our dream place. It reminds us of a place we used to live. We love it. And when we got into this conversation, they said, that's coming here. I don't know if we want to raise our kid here. I don't know if we want to actually have a family. Like, that kind of feels like it's about to ruin our plans. And it was just shocking to them that we were actually considering doing this here. And I think that there is a lot of people that I've talked to who feel the same way. So I think that this is going to be seen as a sex industry, a sex tourism destination spot. That's clearly what's going to happen. Not specifically as a result of the city ordinance being removed, but what this will lead to is signaling to the rest of the state that we want these other bills that have been attempted to pass the last 2 legislative sessions. 2 bills that were attempted to pass to bring about decriminalization of prostitution, and we're signaling and saying, yeah, we want to bring that. Let's do that. And so it will definitely happen. I mean, Vermont's a beautiful place. Why not go there and, have a little fun while you're here, right? So that's what's going to happen. So people aren't happy about that. I hope you'll consider that.
Thank you. Anyone else who's with us in person wish to make a comment?
Okay, I'm Thomas. I was up here before. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes here. Everybody here is really intensely for or against the issue. And I think reading between the lines, we can see that if people are justifying their choice of career to say, I need it for housing, I think it's a huge thing to say, well, where is that in Montpelier? I benefited from shelters in various states, including Vermont. Middlebury is a particular place where it allowed me to rehabilitate my life, and I was able to choose to be employed rather than do it in a state of living out of my car and this, that, and the other. So I think that points to a huge issue here that if people feel like they can't do anything else besides highly illegal or risky acts to survive, I think that speaks to the lack of resources within the city. I'm sorry, but we don't have a devoted homeless shelter. It's open during the winter. You have, whether or not you give police the permission or the instructions on how to enforce an ordinance, where do people on the street go and how do they make money? At night, during the summer, when there's nothing open, nobody around, they're just trying to find a hiding place to sleep. By not seeing the various things that this issue involves and making it just about an ordinance, you're putting it all on the police's shoulders. And as I understand, as I've been told, their hands are tied legally and to do certain things or do other things. So it's really important actually what you guys decide the police should or shouldn't do about people that they see, vulnerable people especially, involved in this sort of activity. And so that's basically what I have to say. But for me, I have to say, yeah, these are my peers here. We have all sort of had to consider extremely scary means just to survive. And I'm saying my experience in Middlebury allowed me to get out of that mindset and get out of that lifestyle. But here, I mean, it's a front page issue when the city the neighboring city opens a homeless shelter. That tells you a lot, that the people actually care, okay? And we need to stop dancing around it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else with us in person?
Hi, I'm super nervous. I'm going to read off my phone. Oh, I'm super nervous. So I'm going to read off my phone and I might mess up, whatever.
Do tell us your name and where you live.
Yes, my name is Tep. I'm from Randolph, Vermont. I recently moved to Central Vermont. So I have a sign back there that says, someone I love is a sex worker. And in fact, it's not just one person, it's many people. A lot of people here are talking about the dangerous and difficult situations that sex workers can face, but no one has talked about sex workers who were doing this consensually, who were brought out of difficult or dangerous situations through their work. I have a lot of friends who paid for life-saving transitions, who got out of abusive situations with partners through their sex work, friends who were disabled. It was the only line of work that they could do in order to survive as they waited for disability, as they tried to find work that they could actually handle. This was something that gave them those accessible options. And I want those folks to be spoken with dignity, and I want them to be respected. And that's what this is all about. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else who's with us in person?
I'm Martha Hafner from Randolph, and I didn't really plan on saying what I'm going to say here shortly, but it fits with the last few people that have said things. I've done things with the schools broadly. I've been 40 years in the classroom and various other capacities. I've seen children that are sex trafficked. I've seen, and my heart really, really cries for them. And things that you're considering, please consider what the impact is going to be on our children. It is very important. But I also have done things for the past year and a half with the homeless community. I built over 10 units where they're a simple, small little space, but it gives them a place that they can lock and call their own and have a place that could be heated for $50 a month. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I was doing for the past year and a half. And it fits in with some of the homeless considerations that have just been mentioned. So what our state has done, putting people up in hotels, if we'd taken that money, bought a place that could be an encampment, put some of these units together, we'd have answered the problem instead of having something that we repeatedly have to come back with and say, what are we going to do? So I want to encourage you both in your consideration of this to also consider the homeless concerns. Simon Dennis down in White River Junction is somebody who has a ton of experience building these units very cheaply, affordably, and it fits with plumbing kinds of considerations and so on. And I encourage you to consider it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Hi, Chuck Clark, Marshfield. Been in Vermont for 8 years. I have family here. And I was here for the first meeting and our police chief gave an excellent presentation to you. Excellent. And I was floored that you didn't agree with him. Our police chief, please stand with him on that. That's law and order of our community. What he said was keep something in place to keep prostitution illegal. I have grandchildren here. You have sons, daughters, grandkids, I'm sure. And the impact on them, just to hear your decision that would go along with this would be enough to further them from a good life. They need to hear you take a stand on truth, what's right and what's wrong. And so please go with our police chief. The committee person that spoke seemed to be against him. I don't know who chose the committee, who appointed the committee. If that was your responsibility or someone else, I don't know. But the people don't agree with him, with the committee. We agree with the police chief. Don't hinder him. Don't hamstring him. Give him all the power he needs. We need law and order in Montpelier and in Vermont to have a thriving society. Our society will crumble. It's going down the tubes now. And so we really need to stand behind our policemen. The police chief was dead on right. He gave such a good presentation on all the negative effects that would happen. And I was stunned that you didn't agree with him wholeheartedly and go with him. So I would beg you and implore you to not to hamstring him and what his efforts are here and keep law and order here. We need it desperately. A society will crumble without it. And this, on the outset, it seems like, oh, just go ahead. But no, it brings in, as we've heard many testimonies, as the police chief brought in the sex trafficking, the drugs, and all the syndicated crime. So please take a stand for the people of Vermont families who want to stay here. They really want to stay. They don't want to just leave because Vermont's going down the tubes. We want to stay here and have a thriving community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else with us in person wish to make a comment? Okay, not seeing anyone. I don't want to cut anybody off, but just Checking. Okay. Then we'll go to folks who are with us digitally. So I'm going to call on you in the order that you appear on my screen anyway. So we'll start with Abby German and then go to Mitha Chuduri and then Dr. Stephanie Powell. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Abby German. I lived in Montpelier for 20 years and was the main author of this section of the Police Review Committee report. During this conversation, we must be careful to make the distinction between consensual adult sex work and the horrific crime of human trafficking. I'd like to define the two so that the distinction is abundantly clear before we proceed any further. Sex work is defined as the consensual transaction of erotic labor between adults. Sex work can take the form of full service, performing webcam shows, stripping or lap dancing, performance in pornography, escorting, phone or internet sex, or any other exchange of consensual sexual services for financial or material gain. Sex work should not be confused with sex trafficking, when a person takes part in the sale of sex through threat, abduction, or other means of coercion. All commercial sexual activity with a minor, even without force, fraud, or coercion, is also considered trafficking. If those engaging in public comment tonight can adhere to these definitions, it would vastly help the conversation. So, I think we can all agree that the current city ordinance regarding prostitution is sexist, antiquated, and discriminatory towards sex workers. The city and police department have proposed adopting the state ordinance, which is not only discriminatory towards sex workers, but further criminalizes the act of sex work, safe housing for sex workers, and even transportation of sex workers. We need to repeal the current ordinance. We do not need to replace it with a further criminalizing ordinance. The repeal of the current ordinance is largely a symbolic gesture. It will not legalize prostitution. It will not change any of the state laws that outlaw sex work or human trafficking. In fact, Montpelier is one of the only cities in the state that has such an ordinance. And in striking it, we will join the rest of the state in condemning violent, sexist, and antiquated language towards workers. This is the bare minimum that we can do to protect the sex workers in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mitha Chuduri, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name.
No problem. Hi, everyone. My name is Mitha Chowdhury, and I would like everyone to carefully consider this ordinance update. I'm the program coordinator for the Empower Centre, which is a comprehensive health centre that provides services to survivors of trafficking and people with experiences in the sex trade. We operate using this multidisciplinary model where experts representing a wide range of disciplines collaborate to enhance services and reduce barriers to services for our clients. And the Empower Centre came about and was inspired by the equality model, which is a model that was pioneered in Sweden. So all of the policy positions that we support at the Empower Centre, it's directly informed by the work that we do with survivors. So we understand and believe that those who have been commercially sexually exploited should never be criminalized for their exploitation, but instead they deserve trauma-informed services as well as criminal record relief. And very quickly, because I know we're not talking about the equality model, but for those that don't know, this is also known as the Nordic Model, and it holistically addresses prostitution whilst holding exploiters accountable. So it's a 5-pronged legal approach that decriminalizes people who are brought and sold in the sex trade, which is people in prostitution. It provides comprehensive trauma-informed medical, legal, and social services to people in prostitution. So this is what the Empower Centre are successfully doing right now. It also reduces the demand for prostitution by penalizing sex buyers, and this shrinks the sex trade and it prevents more vulnerable people from being pulled into harm's way. And it criminalizes pimping, trafficking, owning brothels, illicit massage parlors. And then very lastly, it commits to an extensive community education campaign to raise awareness about the lifelong physical harm and psychological trauma that people in prostitution do experience at the hands of sex buyers and exploiters. So although my work is based in New York City, as an advocate for survivors nationally, I feel strongly that any state, especially one that's easily accessible to New York and other big cities, that's thinking about going in the direction of full decriminalization at a state level, they should be aware of those consequences. And some of those consequences are sex buyers will flock from neighboring states and sex trafficking will increase to meet the demand. So full decrim effort they ignore that most people are pushed into prostitution by sex traffickers and sex buyers who exploit their vulnerabilities. So any legislative measures that fully decriminalize the sex trade, it will ultimately protect the exploiters and further harm survivors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Stephanie Powell, and then I can't see your whole name. Jaylee Oshiro Brantley will be next. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dr. Stephanie Powell, and I am the Vice President and Director of Law Enforcement Outreach for the National Center on Sexual Exploitation. I live in Los Angeles, and I would like to start off by saying that I do understand and know the difference between sex trafficking and sex work. I came out and I actually trained your police force on human trafficking. And we talked about issues in terms of having a more victim-centered approach, as well as focusing on sex buyers. During that time, during that training, I was really moved, and I mean this sincerely. I was moved by the expressions of compassion for your community by your police department, and that includes your chief. I can tell you that in order to identify human sex trafficking victims, you have to have the ability to investigate some things as harmful as prostitution, because victims of human trafficking don't self-identify. I know this because I am a 30-year veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department. I know the trauma. I know the trauma not only as a police officer, but I know the trauma as an executive director of a nonprofit organization that assisted victims of human trafficking. I have seen and helped pick up the pieces of individuals traumatized by prostitution. Remember, some enter into prostitution when there are no choices, when institutionalized systems have been broken. We need to look at fixing the systems. You have a police department that is up to the task. By legalization, you are inviting more crime into your area, and you are also allowing the ability of sex workers to roam freely through your community. Being from LA, I'm telling you, you don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Carrie, yes.
Yeah, I would just like to comment on the decorum in the room. I'm finding it very difficult to stay focused with all of the clapping and the shouting and everything. And we do actually have rules against that. And so I would ask that people please refrain from clapping and cheering and all of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I had missed that we had a rule against clapping and cheering. I know that has been the practice of prior mayors. So let's try to do that collectively. Thank you. All right, and Jaylee, I apologize if I did not say your name correctly. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. Jaylee Oshiro Brantley, and I'm the other co-founder and co-director of the Ishtar Collective. Longtime sex worker, survivor of exploitation as well, and also a client of sex workers. So I have experience on all sides of the sex industry, which I think is pretty unique for a lot of folks. I gotta say, I kind of had to get myself together here, because the last comment of you don't want sex workers roaming free on the streets. I mean, just kind of want to sit with that for a second. We're already roaming. And that sort of metaphor of roaming like cattle is really part of this dehumanizing language. This is the stigma we're talking about. Like that right there is what we're talking about. I've heard things like demeaning, immoral, just plain wrong. All of these things are moral judgments that no person has a right to make for any other person's life. And that whole idea of like using I statements, I think would be really helpful for people who actually care about survivors of trafficking, which we do at the Ishtar Collective. We have literally helped folks out of trafficking situations and put them in housing. So I need you all to listen to us. We would like to work with you. This doesn't have to be this situation. We respect you. Ask yourselves if you respect us, because we are telling you we want to stop exploitation in all industries, including ours. And there is no one more positioned than us to spot signs of trafficking because we're in the industry. So if anybody out there on the other side that's in the Nordic model kind of milieu who is actually interested in working with other sex workers and survivors, please reach out to us. We are not in this to be enemies. We are in this to stop exploitation from the top to the bottom. The last thing I'm going to say is if we could bring this back to the reality of what this actual topic is about, instead of fear mongering, talking about things like law and order, asking you to take a stand. You are taking a stand. You are taking the consideration and the time to pull out sexist language from your city. And it is true. The only other place in Vermont that has this, I believe, is Winooski, as well as Montpelier. So this is coming into alignment with the rest of the state. So I would ask them, people, to please focus on the issue. If we wanted to disagree about policy and all that kind of stuff, we can do that. But please stop trying to be manipulative and confuse people on this issue. This is an issue about this language. When we're ready to talk about decriminalization, we can do that. We can have policy discussions, but that's not what this is. It's definitely not about that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So the next person up, it just says Trisha's iPhone. If you could tell us your name and where you live. And then we'll go to Deanna Steffens.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I'm in my car, so it's a little bit dark here. My name is Trisha Grant. I'm from Maine. I am the executive director of Just Love Worldwide, which is an organization that works towards providing education and supporting survivors along their journey in multiple ways. I do a lot of mentoring with survivors. I'm coming tonight. This is my fourth time, I believe, since December, fourth or fifth time anyways, testifying against bills to completely eliminate laws that are in place to currently help law enforcement engage to support survivors. I am passionate about this because I am a survivor. I was trafficked in Maine and throughout New England when I was 15 years old. I was brought to Vermont. And in Vermont, I never knew if I was going to be able to make it home or not to my son. So yes, I've seen the dark sides of this. I have journeyed alongside several other survivors who were also trafficked in and out of Vermont in various areas. I think the conversation tonight, yes, we're trying to keep focused that a lot of people just want to eliminate this entirely, but what we are proposing is just a language change. We don't disagree that the language needs to be changed, but we do disagree with completely eliminating law enforcement's ability to engage to support survivors like myself. Had any law enforcement engaged me when I was 15 and being trafficked, then I could have possibly received the help that I needed to receive, but that didn't happen. So I've been doing this for 10 years now. It took me 16 years to even know that there was a name for what happened to me and that it wasn't my fault. It's taken me 10 years of healing and meeting with other survivors. I journey alongside at least 1,000 other survivors, and none of us ever wanted to be there. None of us. And people have said that they initially thought that they were there by choice until they realized the level of exploitation that was actually happening to these people. And I will just end on saying that as a 15-year-old being trafficked, nobody ever asked me how old I was, if I wanted to be there, if I had a choice in being there or not. And I actually am going to end on this because I think it's really important to understand the other side of this, which is the buyers. I was able to last year run my first curriculum for first-time nonviolent sex offenders for 8 men, so that they could understand the other side of this, so that they could understand that the people that they're buying sex from might not have had a choice in being there, and just really help them to understand where it was that they grew to believe that buying sex was an option, that it was okay to do that. I'll leave it there, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you. Deanna Steffens.
Hi, my name's Deanna Stevens. I live in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. I want to start off by saying that I believe that every human being is valuable and should be valued and deserves a decent place to live. And I want everyone to know that. I consider and have heard that prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. And with that, we should learn that with it comes increased crime, increased disease, increased abuse. It destroys marriages and families. And there are physical and spiritual implications with our health concerning this activity. And I support updating our city ordinance language to match the state ordinance language against prostitution. We have to deal in truth and reality and not just what we want to do. We all have something we want to do that may not be for the greater good of the greater population. And so we must consider history and what has come from prostitution. And I know the one person had said that there's a difference between consensual sexual activity and trafficking. That's true. But unfortunately, one leads to the other. There is some sort of connection. And so I just want us to consider doing what's right for the majority and for our children. We have the power in our hands. When you have the power in your hands to do what is right, to do what is good, that's what should be done. Thank you for your time, and I respect you all.
Thank you. And Sheila Belisle.
Yes, I am from Pasumsic, Vermont. My name is Sheila Belisle. I'm here tonight to stand in the gap for our children and for our grandchildren. What is decided here is going to reflect all of Vermont, not just one place. And I want everyone to know that I do support the updating of our city ordinance language to match our state ordinance language against prostitution. This might be your one and only chance to do what is right. Please consider how this decision will affect our families and our children and our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gabrielle Prieto.
Good evening. My name is Gabrielle Prieto, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am a survivor of sex trafficking in the United States. I am a survivor of domestic labor trafficking, forced marriage, commercial sexual exploitation. I am an advocate for women and children and the LGBTQ+ communities. I work with Mitha at the Empower Center, where I am the Senior Peer Care Navigator. I provide peer support, case management, and mentoring for victims of the sex trade. My work has informed my understanding of what policies are best suited to address the social issue of sex trafficking. I'm here today to help you understand the potential harms Vermont will face if you give a green light to the sex trade to set up shop in your state. Whenever sex buying is decriminalized, there is an increase in sex trafficking, as demonstrated by a study of 150 countries led by the London School of Economics. Once a state fully decriminalizes the sex trade explodes because of the increased demand for paid sex. In Germany, for example, where prostitution and brothels have been legal since 2002, an estimated 1 million men buy sex each day. There are 500 brothels in Berlin alone. Men who do not buy sex when it is illegal become new clients when sex buying is decriminalized. A 2018 study of 8,000 US men found that over 20% of respondents who never bought sex would consider buying sex. if it was decriminalized. The sex trade in Germany increased by 30% after legalization. Sex traffickers lure and force vulnerable people into the sex trade to meet the steady stream of sex buyers. Sex trafficking increased 70% in Germany as a result of legalization. In the Netherlands, where prostitution was legalized in 2000, 50 to 90% of women in legal brothels were trafficked. Decriminalizing the sex trade leads to increases in gender-based violence. Rhode Island, the only US state to experiment with the full decriminalization, ended the practice after 29 years in 2009 because of increased violence, organized crime, trafficking, and child exploitation. The sex trade is inherently dangerous. The progressive approach is to reduce the number of people and shrink the market. Full decrim does the opposite. It expands the market. The mortality rate of women in prostitution is 200 times the rate of general populations, according to a Colorado medical study examining 2 decades of evidence. 92.2% of women in the sex trade report being subjected to physical violence, such as being raped, shot, strangled, burned, beaten, stabbed, or punched. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And anyone else with us virtually wish to make a comment? And you can use the raise hand icon under reactions, or you can turn on your video and wave, or just unmute yourself. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone.
Hi, I'd like to say something, but I can't.
Go ahead.
I'm on a tight bandwidth here in St. Johnsbury, so
Okay.
I can't get the video to go. I'm sorry.
That's
You know,
okay.
this has been a real eye opener for me. I'm from Los Angeles originally, and I agree with one of the doctors who spoke, and I agree with what Tricia said as well. You know, and I definitely want to just show my support that we could take the city ordinance and match the state ordinance language against prostitution. But I also have a thought too. You know, every woman or man that's involved in sex, I don't know what to say, not sex trafficking, but sex workers. You know, the question I have for them is, do they really enjoy this work? Is a lot of this work a result of the way they were treated as a child? Can we do something as a community to provide other jobs and give other opportunities for these people? I don't know if they're hurting. They could be hurting, you know, maybe they like their work, but for the ones that perhaps don't like that work, but they feel like that's their only option, what can we do as a state to provide other opportunities for other jobs and give people a something that would make them even feel better? You know, I don't know if this makes people feel good doing this kind of work. And a lot of this is new to me, but I feel like there's something that's missing. It's not just about, yes, let's legalize it, or no, let's not, but how can we help people to heal from hurts that they might have? How can we help them to find work that they could really enjoy and be proud of, and get that housing that they need so they can, you know, feel good about themselves and not feel like they have to live off the street, or they feel like, gosh, this is the only job I can have. So that's the only comment, but I'm really glad I came tonight to learn a lot from both sides. And that's all I really have to say, because a lot of this is new information for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with us virtually wish to make a comment? Okay. Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So before the council starts, I'd like everyone in this room, everyone watching, to listen carefully. I mean, this is a fact. This isn't an opinion. Towns and cities in Vermont do not have the authority to make anything criminal. Only the state legislature can do that. So any discussion of whether something is being criminalized or decriminalized is not part of this conversation. I understand people's concerns, and everyone made great points on both sides. City ordinances are civil violations that are tickets. This ordinance has not been employed by the city in any fashion for over 30 or 40 years. No citations have been given. The prostitution or anything else, regardless of how the council votes on this, will still be subject to state statute, will still be criminal via state statute. Should the council choose to enact an ordinance that matches the state statute, that's their prerogative. It will not be criminal. It would only be a civil act. So everyone, I respect everybody's opinions on this. I think it's important to understand, regardless of where you stand on this issue, how they vote one way or the other will not change the criminalization of this issue in the state of Vermont at all. So that's, I just want to set that before they have a discussion.
Thank you. I also just want to thank everybody who came to speak on this issue tonight. I know there are really strong feelings on both sides, and I appreciate that that you all came to share that with us. So thank you for being here, and thank you for participating. So I'm going to turn to the council now. I have some thoughts, but I'm going to hold on to them. Oh, yes. Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you. And so thoughts from the council. Yeah, go ahead, Connor.
My opinion hasn't changed since the last public hearing. I think we spent a lot of time talking about this. I appreciate people coming from opposing sides, and there's a lot of competing data. But when there's competing data, I always turn to sources I trust. And in this case, ACLU, Human Rights Watch, has done extensive work on this. What's the practical effect of repealing this ordinance? Nothing. We don't use it right now anyways. The one effect it may have is giving people a bit of human dignity, which if we doubted that people were stigmatized before tonight, I think there was evidence this evening when we talk about churning tricks and that type of talk that shows that people are not treated on the same human level as others. So if by repealing this ordinance, it restores some of that dignity, I think it should be. It's so antiquated, it doesn't belong in our codes. It belongs in a bloody like Charles Dickens novel. So it's sexist and it's archaic. And I absolutely think we should repeal it.
Right. Thank you. Other thoughts? Jack, go ahead.
It's clear that whatever action we take tonight, as Bill said, will not change the legal status of sex work in Montpelier. We have state laws that govern prostitution, and we also have state laws that govern sexual exploitation and human trafficking. And those laws are going to continue to be in effect. And I served on the Police Review Commission, and we discussed this at great length. It's very clear the Montpelier Police Department is not out looking for opportunities to prosecute sex workers in the city of Vermont, of Montpelier. If anything, I think the action we're taking tonight is a vote of confidence in our police department and how they are working to protect our city. They are not needlessly going out and, as I said, trying to round up sex workers in Montpelier. We have state law that, if it's necessary, can be used to protect our citizens and public order. And I think the right thing to do is to repeal this ordinance.
I just want to check in. Chief, did you want to say something? If not, okay, that's okay. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Other thoughts? Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that this ordinance is intolerable. It cannot stay. It's sexist and it's disrespectful and just absolutely cannot stay. So we have to get rid of it. And I just want to say that I'm disappointed and saddened that so much of this conversation has served to polarize people on the side of sort of making it into you're against human trafficking or you're for human trafficking if you're for getting rid of this ordinance. And I am just personally deeply opposed to human trafficking of any kind and sexual exploitation of any kind, I recognize it's an enormous problem. I know a fair amount about this, and I know that there are many, many, many people who are being exploited, who are being coerced, who are being harmed, who are subject to violence, and it is a huge problem. And we absolutely are not doing enough to address that problem. Keeping this ordinance will do nothing to help victims of sex trafficking and victims of sexual exploitation. So I'd like to get rid of the ordinance. I would like also to get rid of sex trafficking. And that's a different question for a different time. Yeah. Other thoughts here, team? Oh, Jennifer, go ahead. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. I really just want to echo what Connor said. I mean, Connor, you nailed it for me. I feel very saddened that there's been so much focus on you're a bad person if you support this, or you're a good person if you support that. This is just about changing language. We're not trying to legalize anything. We don't have that power. We're city council, small little town city council. I appreciate the interest from people from out of state. I think that's great. But we're talking about language here, and I've had about 20 years experience working with sex workers, and my mind is blown at some of the things I've heard surrounding this topic. And I just really hope people are hearing what we're saying, what city council is trying to say, and where our hearts are. And our hearts are with protecting all of our citizens. And that includes our sex workers that are our neighbors. And yeah, I'm just really disappointed in some of the things that I've heard over this. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts? Yeah, Lauren, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I very much agree with what the other counselors have been saying, appreciate all of the attention and input. At the end of the day, I think we absolutely have to get rid of this horrific language that's dehumanizing, stigmatizing. And so I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. And I'm glad that it sounds like that's the direction that we're likely headed. I think some of the broader issues, there's a legislative process, the State House right down the road, where I think, many of the issues that were brought up tonight should rightly be hashed out. And, very much, protecting victims of human trafficking and sexual exploitation, which all of us here in this council, I've heard everyone speak to, of course, that we want to, protect people in our community and in our state. So I think that conversation, should absolutely happen of what are the best ways that we can be doing that as a state for state policy. And here today, let's get rid of this archaic, sexist, and stigmatizing language in our own ordinances. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to just appreciate that what you said, Carrie, about, absolutely abhor, yeah, I suppose that's my word, human trafficking. Like that is, I think we can all agree that is terrible and wrong. And so one of the things that I would love to chat with folks about at some point, probably not right now, but, for those who, came out of that, we've heard from a number of folks who shared their experiences, and I'm so really grateful that people were willing to be vulnerable and share that, because I'm sure that's hard. But from all sides of the spectrum, our I I guess this is maybe a conversation at the state level, but do you feel like our laws are sufficient to address human trafficking? And if there are spaces where it could be better, like that would be really good to know. If it's sufficient, then okay. But if it's not, let's have that conversation. What would have helped to get folks out of coercive situations faster, sooner, more effectively? That's a conversation that I'm interested in having. While consensual sex work, fair enough. And clearly we are taking this, I think it's going to be clear that we're going to repeal this language. But I'm interested in continuing the conversation about how we better address human trafficking in our community, and including all voices in that conversation. So I guess I'll leave that there. I think if we're going to move forward with repealing, which I think is the consensus probably, I think we need a motion, unless there's folks that have other thoughts that they would like to share. Yeah, Connor.
Yeah, I'll move we repeal sections 11706 and 11707 of the Code of Ordinances.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 I saw you there, Jennifer. I got you.
Aye.
Okay, and opposed? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone who participated in this. This was a hard but important conversation. And I think actually at this point, it's 8:16. I know we're a little bit early for a break, but I think we probably should. So we're going to take a break right now, 8:17. So we'll be back 8:27. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Hey, team, we're going to jump back in. And I actually just want to check to see if anybody is with us in person or virtually for the first reading of the parklet ordinance. Is anyone here for that? Okay, so let's move that till after the 203 Country Club Road project manager recommendation. So we'll see if hopefully we have time for that, but just in case we don't, that's at the end. Okay, so we are going to move to the State Street Combined Sewer Water Overflow public hearing. So I am going to officially open a public hearing, but I assume that Kurt, you would like to say something about this.
So just a quick overview of the project. This is the State Street Combined Sewer Separation Project. The project limits are from 100 State Street to 120. This is down near the Department of Motor Vehicles. This project's funded through the State Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. And as part of that funding requirement, there's an environmental review. The state has posted a notice of intent for public comment that this project has a finding of no significant impact. And that relates to environmental impacts, including air quality, water quality, wetlands, wildlife and endangered species, and historic preservation. The one category that is impacted is floodplains, because we're in the floodplain for the project. We will temporarily be impacting the floodplain, but once the project is complete, the grades will be restored, so no long-term impact. The project has environmental impacts through removing a dip in the sewer main to reduce surcharging, and also it eliminates a large combined area of stormwater behind the Vermont Mutual building. Really, this is just an opportunity for the public to comment on any concerns with issuing a letter of no significant impact, and to allow the project to go forward. We do hope to bid this project in the coming weeks and either construct it this fall or early next spring. And just a side note, we also were awarded $532,000 of ARPA, state ARPA grant money for this project. And we have a request in under the comment period to reallocate a small amount from East State Street to fully fund this project through grant money. So the estimate is about $650,000 total. So we are expecting a full grant fund for this project. So from now, I'll open it up to any public comment.
Okay. I want to clarify one thing, which is, I know this is called a finding of no significant impact, but would it be fair to say that it is equally as well a finding of no negative significant impact, or not negative, or significant negative impact, or negative impact at all? Because it seems like there's going to be an impact, but it's all good. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's just like, this isn't going to change anything. Well, then why are we doing it? Okay. Okay. Yes, Donna.
Sort of my point. I'm so glad to see this project. It'll be great to have the CSO address, but the whole bridge is just wonderful.
I think you have to open the public.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I did, right? Yes, I think I did. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
should've
No worries.
talked till she closes it. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Any comments from folks who are with us in person? Okay. Any comments from folks who are with us digitally? Okay. Not seeing anything. I'm psyched for this project. Thank you for all of your work. Please pass on my thanks to everyone that's involved. Okay, we're going to close. I can close the public hearing. And anyone else want to say anything as part of the public, digitally, in person? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Lauren.
One quick question. Don't worry, there's no PFAS. No, this is really exciting. I guess my only question was just with this, the ARPA funds and the infrastructure funds, are we like able to expedite our CSO projects, or is this just kind of helping us get state, really federal funding to cover what was planned anyway? Are we like getting our CSO problem solved any quicker due to federal funds?
So this was a planned project, so that we have the city has a long-term control plan that identifies, the major projects that we plan for CSO elimination. What it will do is, because we have ARPA funding for this project, will free up, local money for other projects in the future. So, I do think overall we'll get there a little bit faster. Yeah.
Great. Jack.
So what is the action that is expected of us tonight? Do we need to vote to approve this, or does it just happen unless we vote to disapprove it?
You really just needed to conduct a public hearing for the record, so you've done that.
Okay.
So you don't need a vote of any kind. Okay. Wow. Any further thoughts folks want to share?
Take more praise. It's been a lot of work.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I think we're going to move on. All right. All right. So we flipped the order of these. So now we are up to talking about we'll have a presentation from the Hub Group about the 203 Country Club Road project. And as I understand it, I think you all may have a presentation. Is that correct? Okay. I'm going to share it.
So you all recall that we made a presentation at the last council meeting. Today, we're just going to make a very short presentation. We have an update and some changes in what we're requesting from the city council.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, and that's fine. And then I think, if you would, I could hear you well, but I couldn't tell if it was coming through the microphone. So just be sure to speak into the microphone. That's all.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Ethan Atkin. I'm the board chair of the Hub. And we made a presentation to the city council at the last meeting. The decision was tabled to this meeting. And we just wanted to update our request to the city council. It's a little bit different from what we had asked for at the last meeting. And
And I'm Dan Bojan of Elm Street in Montpelier and a board member of the Hub. What we're here to represent on is our request for engaging into a memorandum of understanding or allowing the administration to enter into such an agreement. We are seeking a short-term lease of the vacant portions of the clubhouse at 203 Country Club Lane Road, whatever that is up there. Basically, about half of the building is currently vacant from tenants now. Sorry about that. And a small portion of the adjacent grounds, meaning the immediate exterior area. So things like a playground and that kind of thing, some lawn games, those sorts of improvements could be made. Not a significant area at the site under the short term. We would like to be involved in the planning process, and I know, we could certainly participate as much as the public can, but we're hoping to have a little bit higher status of that process. And specifically for those uses that are proposed for recreation up at the property. And we would like to understand a mutual hope and intent, and that's kind of a funny phrase, but hope and intent for a longer term lease for the future for the building site and outdoor and exterior areas to support outdoor programs. We're thinking something in the neighborhood of 3 to 8 acres. The location and the size is to be determined, and would through the intended planned public planning process. So what this would allow is for us to enter into a soft opening of the facility. We know that there's a range of social and recreational activities that we could start up almost immediately at the site. They could certainly would be further supported by renovations of the building, but I think it would be in the benefit of the project in general to have some more activity at the property while the planning process is initiated and proceeds. We would be providing rental income to the city for currently vacant space, and this is a big one, would allow for the hub to gain financing for the renovations, having this agreement. Some of the us thought we should have a little bit of a statement on some clarifications that following our last presentation to make sure that some of our intentions are known. During the MOU, we would just lease the currently vacant space, not the entire building. There's 3 existing tenants that are up there whose leases are privately held by the city currently. And we acknowledge that the results of the planning process would take precedent for any future development, including the portions of the property that we would be occupying during this short-term lease. Then we also expect that the city will establish through its own planning process what services they intend to provide, and how those are structured for both cost or not, or either under a fee structure or not, under to users or taxpayers. And that is, for this board, council and the planning process to establish. It's not on us to establish that. And the hub is, this is something I think came up in some of the comments last time, is that the hub is a component of a greater recreational focus of the property, meaning, our activities aren't the only things to be developed at the site. We fully expect, some of the other greater thoughts of recreational focus up there, be it ball sports of any kind, or you name it. There's all sorts of different possibilities. Sledding hills I've heard of, and these other things. What we're proposing is strictly to be a complement to that greater recreational focus for the property. That's actually the entire presentation, so it's a pretty short gig.
Okay. Yes, Jack, go ahead.
I wonder if it might be appropriate to also have a very brief exposition from the city of the other potential uses for the property that have been identified as part of the decision.
Bill, would you want to talk at all about that?
Potential city uses?
Yeah.
Well, we did present, we put those together. Actually, Cameron assembled that. Would you mind going over that? You think you're more familiar with it than I am, but
Not mine.
thank you.
Okay. Also, if we can unshare the screen, that would be useful, so I just know if there's folks wanting to speak.
Yes, I do want to pull the memo up.
Yes, comment. If
Am I supposed to comment now? I wanted to comment about this, but am I commenting now or later?
That's a great question. Let's do comments. I mean, we're holding on a second right now, right? Since there's fewer of us, we can be, I think, a little bit less formal. If you would like to come speak now, that would be okay.
Great. I'm really nervous.
You're going to be great.
This is my first city council meeting ever, and I gotta say, it was so exciting.
Yeah, so nothing you can say is going to be.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of these things, so let me know if I'm not speaking well enough. My name is Darian McElwain. I'm actually a resident of Calais, but I have
property in Montpelier. My daughter started high school at U32, but now she is transferring over to Montpelier, and she's very, very excited. And I'm here to provide my very strong support for the hub and what they've been trying to do. Personally, I'm going to tell you my experience. I'm a long-term tennis player, and I've been involved with coaching kids. My daughter was #1 for U32 this year as a freshman, and that was really exciting. And my experience with First and Fitness, there used to be 4 tennis courts there, and they were always full. And you would see kids from 5 years old to literally people who were 95. And I think I actually played with this woman who was 100 years old, and she was darn good. You know, she was very, very good. Since First and Fitness is no longer First and Fitness, we are down to 1 tennis court that doesn't have, there's not enough time for kids to play. And what I want to say is that locally, there are 3 high schools, 3 local high schools that were using those tennis courts and have tennis teams. So that's 6 teams if you count the boys as 1 and the girls as 1. That would be Spalding, Montpelier, and U32. Those kids who play on those teams now don't have access to playing during the winter. There's one guy who teaches 1 clinic a week. So the kids who can afford it are now driving all the way up to Stowe to go to I can't remember what's up there, the Rackets Edge. And then some of the other kids who have more funds and also can drive more are going to Burlington. So that leaves a lot of kids without a place to play. And 6 sport teams. So I've been up there at the property. I'm really excited about what everybody's put together. I think that if we were able to get people into the existing buildings, that it would really prevent those buildings from falling apart. And I'm also supportive of many of the other suggestions I've heard during these different meetings. But I'm really excited for the kids to play. I believe that tennis in particular is an inexpensive sport, and it's a lifelong sport. The kids start out young and they can play all the time. So it's a different kind of sport than, say, football or skiing, which is a little bit more expensive. Okay, so that's all I want to say. I'm really, really excited about this, and I'm really excited about the recreation for Montpelier. It would really be a huge service to all of Central Vermont and to the 3 local high schools here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And you did a good job. Okay. If members of the public have comments as we go along, just let us know. Okay, Cameron.
Hi. Yes, I'm Cameron Nedermeyer. I'm the Assistant City Manager. Thank you for letting me talk to you today. So I am going to start with some of the ideas that our recreation and parks departments have really honed in on things that we could do immediately that have low impact to the land and don't lock the land into use for anything outside of our master planning process, which is our focus. We have ideas already to start youth soccer and other rec and park programming in the fields as they exist right now. There's multiple flat fields there that are perfect size for youth soccer. We look forward to taking care of the grass, cutting that down and lining that so that children can play soccer. There's new opportunities to put benches that we already own in those locations to really support bringing people immediately to those fields. Right now, our soccer season is just starting to register and get started soon. So we would only be making minor investments to bring temporary activities in as well. I've heard disc golf. We're pricing that out now to see if that could fit within our current budget. And we're definitely going to have a sledding hill in the winter. So the Parks Department has also noted their need for space to continue their outdoor summer camps and have been using the indoor space for inclement weather shelter through the summer already. So that's already happened, and we're looking forward to bringing more fall programming up there. We also know that there are some buildings in existence currently There are garages up there, which are great. We have a really small rec garage currently, so we intend as soon as the previous owners are able to move some of their property off of those equipment barns, we will be moving into those. We've also already received multiple requests for renting the property, which we are happy to accommodate right now. It is a little limited. We are still pending on writing a policy for how rentals in that space should be handled. But we are currently sort of using our rec department rates to sort of get people up there and involved. So there are going to be events up there already, getting folks into the land and really seeing what we have. So those are some of the non-permanent ideas that we had for the space. When it comes to inside of the building, there's a few bits of the property that are in pretty rough shape. It's not safe for use. However, they do have a kitchen that has a large freezer, and our Meals on Wheels program would like to be able to access that freezer, because right now we're having a problem being able to stock our fresh veggies because all of the frozen food needs to stay in our freezers. And so we're running through fresh veggies faster than people can eat them. The jokes about zucchini overflow in Vermont is true, and we just have so much. So a new fridge space would be great for that. There's other uses that we could use inside the building. I know childcare is a huge and important priority of the councils. I will say right now, as our funding stands, we couldn't do that on our own. And if renovate that building to accommodate infant or childcare right now, if we're aiming for that now and not if the lease is over with the current school. And that, is up to negotiation and up to policy decisions from the council. If I can editorialize for a second, I think it's important to reserve as much space as possible from permanence and permanent decisions or things that could become permanent, as we have yet to go through a planning process, which is why the recreation and parks departments have really focused on short-term uses that can be easily removed. Thank you.
Yeah. Jack.
Thanks, Cameron. What I'm interested in is whether the realistically anticipated uses for the city would be compatible with the hub's proposed use of the building, or whether you'd have to make a choice in the short term.
I think if you're asking for my opinion on that, they have some really interesting and useful ideas for the inside of the building that I think are great and well worth collaborating on. I think it would come down to discussing it with what y'all would want to see. Personally, I have reservations about changing anything externally because I really want to see what is best use from a master plan.
Thanks. And of course, yes, I am asking for your opinion. I value your opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Other questions for any of these folks or comments? I think we can dive into, unless, do you have any thoughts that you would like to share? I mean, I'm not sure that there's many more members of the public that want to weigh in person. Let me just check. Is there anybody online who would like to share thoughts? Peter Kelman, go ahead.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Peter Kelman, Montpelier. So when the city first proposed a bond issue to purchase the Elks Club property, it was first positioned as a potential recreational space, if I remember correctly. And I was among the first of a number of people to suggest that serious consideration be given to using the property for much needed housing, ranging from low income to workforce to missing middle to market rate. However, I'm also keenly aware that any and all housing development, as well as recreational use, will require significant financial investment from both public and private entities, like the Hub, like Habitat for Humanity, like private developers. And this is why I actually am strongly in favor of the Hub proposal to negotiate a short-term lease for space in the existing building, along with the 3 other tenants who are already in place, and alongside of some of the uses that Cameron went through. And also for them to participate in the public planning process to deliver a range of recreational options that they could, work with the city. This is what the city wants to do. This is what we'll do. Could make a very, very strong recreational offering there. We're going to need all the private and public investment we can to attract development of housing and recreation on the property. We know from years of barriers to housing, there's got to be incentives for people to come here, developers to come here and build when they can make more money building in Burlington, building in Chittenden County. This would attract those kind of developers. And again, the full range of development. The Hub would bring rental income. They would make a significant investment in the property. They would provide recreation options that the city might not otherwise provide, like tennis. And they would create facilities that I believe would attract developers to build homes for people, again, on a range of incomes that are near recreational options and natural beauty options, the woods and so forth. So despite my very, very strong hope that we will see lots of housing up there, I believe that the Hub's request is a good one, and I urge the council to follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with us, either in person or virtually, wish to make a comment? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, it's Brad Watson using his wife, Wendy Watson's Zoom. I want to echo what Peter just said, but also we had a former town meeting like Zoom meeting about this whole hub and how to use the country club property. I have lived in Montpelier since 1997. I echoed during that meeting that there's been one thing built in Montpelier for our kids and young families since 1997, and that's the Civic Center, the Center for Memorial Civic Center. There's really been not a lot of other resources provided to young families and our kids when it comes to having facilities that could bring families together. I think we are at a critical juncture in our beautiful small little town, and you see the gray hair on my head, but if you sit on the main street of Montpelier or State Street and look at our demographic, we are all gray. And if we want to continue to try to attract young families to our town, vibrant, and continue the vibrancy that we've started, and I'll mention my mountain bike group, the Montpelier Area Mountain Bike Association, with the new North Branch Park. But North Branch Park is actually changing a little bit slowly the demographics of Montpelier. And I think the Hub and what they want to do at the Old Elks Club will continue that. We'll start to see young families, their bikes on the car, tennis rackets, whatever. But I really implore the city council to think forward, be forward-minded and proactive in trying to make our community more attractive to young families. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with us virtually wish to make a comment?
Mayor Watson.
Oh, yes.
If I could I just wanted to just respond one thing on what Cameron had mentioned earlier, just to clarify our intentions for the exterior space. There's very little that would be a permanent, unmovable fixture. We basically want access so we could put out yard games, maybe a tent. Well, if there's a catered event up there, if we have a restaurant tenant that moves in, that they could host an event on the property under their lease agreement. A playground is a possibility, but certainly is something that would require, some thought of how that gets done and where it would go. But I also just, in response to some of the grander visioning that discussions that have going on, I mean, what we're really asking for is a very, very small step towards that process. We know that process we're at the beginning of a planning process. We are looking for the ability to negotiate an MOU. That's it. We're not looking for a commitment to build a racket sports barn at this point, or any soccer fields, or I don't know, biathlon range. That'd be fun, right, Ethan? That would be cool.
Awesome.
But that's something for the future, and that's we're really excited about hopefully being a part of that discussion.
Great. Donna.
So when Feast was talking about needing freezer space, would you find that compatible?
It's really, I think it could be. I mean, I know that the Feast and the Meals on Wheels program, they have certainly some needs. If there was a restaurant tenant, depending on how they would use it, it could be just for overflow or catering prep, or a prep kitchen for their downtown establishment. We don't really know. We expect that there would be service provided, bar and food provided at the building. So there would be some need for continued use of the kitchen, but who's to say what that looks like? I get it's something that we would need to talk over with the folks.
We could certainly work.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to just mention too, I mean, I think it's perfectly fair to speak generally about these things, but I want to recognize that we're not negotiating by committee here. So really the question is, like, do we want to move forward with an MOU and and authorize staff to do that negotiating, or don't we? I think that's the question. So, but fair nonetheless, because I think that's a good question about.
I mean,
are there?
It was in the memo.
Yes.
Could be a conflict, or it could
Right.
be workable.
Right. And I think that's fair, right? Like, are there other anticipated conflicts between these uses? And I guess maybe I'll put that to you all. Do you see any other spaces where there might be a conflict of use?
I think the childcare issue is one that we have been very supportive of. In fact, we've received a grant to build a childcare facility in the space that we want to lease. So that's very compatible with that idea. But anything that the city might think of doing, we're collaborators. We're not dictating anything here.
Okay. Other thoughts from council? Connor, go ahead. And then Jack. Okay.
I remain comfortable with a short-term MOU that the city negotiate that. For me, it's going to be a long process, 3 years. I'd like to see revenue coming in. I'd like to make sure that space is full and not vacant for a period of time. And if it's not going to be vacant, I'd rather have a tenant like the Hub who gets, the community getting up to the space there, gets sort of the creative juices flowing, create some opportunities for kids, who I think have had a rough go of it during the pandemic. And gives the Hub, I think, a chance to sort of prove their long-term viability over these next few years. So I definitely understand the public perception. I'd be adamant, I want to see a public process just as much as everybody. And, but I think these ideas can be compatible. And I think these folks do bring a lot to the table. So I'd be comfortable with the short-term lease.
Jack.
Thank you. I've actually gotten a lot of input from constituents over the last day or two, and it's been pretty universally positive. It's no secret that I've been kind of skeptical about this whole plan, and my skepticism has largely been questioning whether the hub and the whole plan is really a feasible project. And, one of the things that has been pointed out to me is that back in November, we said to the hub, well, where's your business plan? I still don't think we've seen a business plan. But I think where we are is that the city owns an asset that could be generating some income, and doing a lease for a short term in the neighborhood of 3 years is an opportunity for the hub to make a proof of concept and show that this is something that will really work for the community. Of the three things that the hub is asking us to do, one, lease the building on a short-term basis. Two, give them some kind of preferential status in the long-term planning process. And three, make something that's less than a commitment, but some kind of intention to reserve some of the real estate for them. The only one that I would really support is the first one, lease the building for a 3-year period, generate some income for the city, potentially provide a resource that will be attractive to the city, and see how it goes. But I think it would not short circuit or interfere with the planning process, which I think is paramount. But I would be in favor of having the manager enter into negotiations for a contract to lease the building to the hub.
Other thoughts? Donna, go ahead.
I guess just from the very beginning, I was excited to think about something really happening in the building, that we have some rentals, but we need more, and that would be activity. I've heard recently, actually, I had 2 interns helping my electrician who just graduated from the tech school last year. And they were talking about, as 18-year-olds, one was 18, one was 19, they couldn't drink, but they had no place to go socially. And they were interested and asked me, what were you going to do with that building? Are you going to let somebody come in? They didn't recognize your name, but they knew there was some discussion. And I thought, I know we're talking 3 Penny, but maybe within that, there can be a space up there within the building that or time of day or certain times of the month where youngsters, young adults can go and be social and have some music and gathering without the alcohol. And that's a good thing too, because there are probably many more people who would like to do that. So I really like the short-term lease idea. And, we have stakeholders that are from organizations, and I don't see having the hub there as any different if there are other people participating among the public. I'm hoping we'll get some other private developers who want to join and be there. And maybe they're there as residents, but they'll also be talking for the organization they're from, because we need private developers at the table when we're planning in order to do housing and in order to do more than our public dollars can do. And I'm not shy with saying my intention would be, if you do well with the lease, we're going to move forward with some land and not committing where, just somewhere up there. We want to give some additional space for some recreational opportunities that the city can't afford to do. So I'm comfortable with moving forward, definitely with the short term, but even with the rest.
Okay, Lauren, and then Carrie.
Thanks. Yeah, I also like the idea of the short-term lease. I think getting some activity going, all the reasons people have laid out. I think the lessons learned, even thinking back to the public hearing a few months ago, people were asking about like transportation, for example, like how are we going to set up a system that can help people get out there besides just driving out? So I think those kinds of things we could be thinking through and using this time if there's activities there that's drawing people to kind of troubleshoot some of the other issues and, you know, hopefully get people used to going to that to that part of town. I think one way I was thinking about the longer term idea was something like an intent to have the hub as part of the recreation stakeholder process, putting forward, you know, for like environmental impact statements, often there's like an option A, option B, option C, like that they would be, you know, part of the process, putting forward proposals alongside the city for the community to consider, so that, you know, that we want that kind of robust conversation and consideration, and that the community could look at kind of the package of options and, you know, being able to do that work collaboratively, which is what I'm hearing that the folks from the hub are interested in, that, you know, that could actually give us better information if it's just kind of explicitly the intention and hope of us to be getting that kind of information throughout the process of what's the vision of the hub, how does that complement what the city would offer, and all of that. So I don't know if that meets, you know, that idea would meet the hope of the hub or address the concern of Jack or others, but that was kind of how I was thinking the process could look.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for you about your use of the space. We heard some suggestions from Donna about things that might happen there, but you haven't described tonight what would happen there. So my understanding is that you would want to sublet to Three Penny Tap Room for a restaurant and bar, which I'm assuming would be open to the public. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you want to have virtual golf, which you've mentioned in the past.
It's more than virtual golf, but virtual golf is the most identifiable.
Two other kinds of swing them.
The virtual golf it's really virtual sports.
Okay.
It has different attributes.
And would that be open to the public?
For a use fee? Yeah, but it would be, the structure for payment of the use of the space would be either through a membership or a use fee, or if you wanted to rent our social room that we were looking into, a social lounge that we're intending to develop in one of the spaces, that there would be a fee associated with it.
So if you wanted to come and spend some time socializing in a place without alcohol in your social lounge, you would pay an entry fee?
There'd be classes, there'd be other things provided, dancing and, you know, dance classes or whatnot. It's similar in, you can imagine what happens at the current rec center on Berry Street. Like that place is you pay to participate and use that space. It's not free to anybody to go in and use. So even now there's a rental agreement with users going in there, or you're paying a few bucks to play basketball at lunch. It's of the same drop-in fee kind of structure, or you're paying a membership.
Are you asking whether it would be accessible to anyone who wanted to come in? Yes, the answer is yes. Members would be paying a monthly fee and they can come in and participate in the activities. And if they choose not to be a member, they can get a day pass and come in for the day. Or if there's a particular event they want to participate in, they can come in and participate. If there's a fee for that event, they may pay more than a member would, but they would still be able to come in. And there's a possibility of working with the city about providing day passes for the city to use through their rec department. So if there are certain events where the city wants to have residents who are not members have a day pass, they can buy them from the city.
That'd be all part of the MOU.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answers. So I really share Cameron's view about trying to limit any kind of permanent changes or any kind of use to the space, the buildings or the property that would be permanent or hard to undo. And so I love the idea of soccer up there. I love the idea of equipment storage and things like that that are really not committing us to anything. And so my concern about the short-term lease is that even though it would technically be for 3 years and would technically be written without an assumption that there would be a renewal, the expectation certainly will, and the hope will be that it would be renewed, and this would be the first step of a much larger project. And I think that's really clear from you all. The hub is intending to do that, and I think that the counselors who have spoken sound like they're, and I don't want to speak for you, but what I'm getting from you is that you're seeing this possible future and this being a step towards it. And I think, so I'm really committed to the public process. And I did come into this a little bit later than the other people on the city council, so I didn't hear your November presentation, haven't been part of these discussions. And it feels early for me to be able to even have express an intention that I want to see this happen. And I think that having a short-term lease would be a way for the city to be saying, we intend to work with you in the future. And that is also part of what you're asking for. I recognize that. So I am not feeling comfortable that this would not get in the way of the public planning process. I think that the public perception would be that the city has entered into a long-term agreement with the hub. And that I know is not necessarily, that's not the case, but I think that would be the public perception. And I think we have a lot of work to do before we are ready to make that long-term commitment.
But to be clear, we're not asking for that long-term commitment, and it's our duty and yours to help break that misconception. You know, you have heard us say we're not looking for a long-term lease, we're not looking for a long-term commitment, but we do have an intent to be a stakeholder for the development of this property. That is our intention, and we're not going to change that. I mean, it is our intention. So I guess I would put it back to you as a public official. When you're talking with your constituents and hearing from them those sorts of misconceptions, you can tell them that is actually not true. You can.
Good. I think it's a little disingenuous to say that it's not true, that this would be a step towards a long-term commitment and relationship with the hub. And that's how it seems. I think that's why we're talking about this, and why we're not talking about directly leasing to Three Penny, for instance. If what the city wants is a restaurant up there, we could lease to Three Penny ourselves or to some other restaurant. But the reason why we're talking about doing it with the hub is because there have been these previous conversations, because there is this idea that we may work with them long-term. And that may be the way that we want to go. I would just prefer to have that decision come out of this public planning process that we're going to embark on, even though I recognize that it would slow it down enormously, and that there is great value to having activity happening up there and having something going on.
Yeah, thank you. Jennifer, I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just over here in the corner. Don't mind me. I am going to be the stick in the mud here, and I'm with Carrie on this. I just don't feel it doesn't feel right to me, because of the fact that there still isn't much of a plan. it just feels like a small presentation for something that is potentially really huge. And I'm not so comfortable rushing into something. And I feel like I'm being pushed into something. And I've felt this way the entire time. And I don't know if having virtual gaming up there right now is what everybody wants. I think we need to really think about what the public wants. And like Peter said earlier, housing is a huge thing. I feel like housing is a bigger pressing issue in Montpelier than recreation. I'm sorry. I'm going to be that person, because we live in a beautiful state and there's plenty of places to go, and I don't have a yard, and I find plenty of places to take my children for free. And so I feel like I'm being pushed into something, rushed into something. And I would rather take time and have business plans and financials and all those things in place before we commit to 3 years with an organization. Have we talked to other organizations that might want to, develop or use those buildings? I don't know. We haven't gone there. So I'm not with it yet. So.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts? I think before we get to you, Ethan, any other thoughts council would like to share? Yeah, Lauren, go ahead.
I guess I'm thinking about, I totally understand the perception issue. I do not feel like we're making any long-term commitment. And so I don't agree with that. I think I'm kind of with if anyone said that, I'd be like, no, we're doing a short-term lease. And I think right now, to me, if we decide to move forward, it would be authorizing city staff to see if there's something that is very clearly a short-term lease that is not authorizing any kind of infrastructure or anything that's locking in, which is my understanding of what the proposal is that this is really just getting some activity going.
Okay.
Yes, I think hey, you want to shut up? I get it.
Wait here a second. Okay. Wow. That's remarkable.
Is that better?
Jimi Hendrix do that?
That's better? Okay. I know. I wouldn't think this would be the most intense one of them. I guess I also don't necessarily think we're locking in anything tonight if we're talking about kind of authorizing a negotiation that we would be approving later, right? We're not just saying go forth and do any kind of negotiation and just move forward without us seeing if it actually is meeting the intentions of, what council, and maybe that's a misunderstanding.
Well, so that's an interesting question. If we do go forward with some kind of negotiated agreement for a short-term lease, most city properties that get leased, we don't approve, right? We don't. Oh, do we? Oh, really? Even short terms? Well, okay. All right. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like if someone rented space in the city, you know what I mean? There's right, those kinds of things.
So things that get leased for a day, you've approved the fees, like for a day fee,
right,
or as part of the fee schedule at the senior center, those kind of things. But we don't have that many cases where we've long-term leased the use of a. Okay. My general assumption would have been we'd negotiate getting it. We'll come back for your approval.
Okay.
But
no,
it doesn't
that's
have to
fair.
be that way.
No, that's okay.
You vote how you vote.
That's fair. Okay, I just wanted to clarify
You can
that.
give Mike all the power.
Donna.
We have other renters in there. Are you coming to us before
Well, so
you?
we inherited those leases and what, so we said, we told them we would honor those leases. We didn't think we should be booting people out as we were having a public process. It was before we were really talking about this, and it was bringing some revenue in because we now have expenses, that we didn't have before. So it made sense to do that. Presumably when we came time to make decisions about either extending them or terminating them, we would come to the council, just if nothing else, so you know what's going on.
Do you remember, are they 1 year, 2 year, what
They're different. They're all have different, we do have an inventory. I just don't remember.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Lauren.
Here, what about, I'm thinking of Jennifer's thought and kind of picking up a little of Carrie's hesitation, but putting out an RFP and seeing interest in renting it, the hub would apply. And then if there's other interest, and then it's a more community process and there's opportunity to see, are there, I have nobody else has come forward that I've heard of that is interested. So that's part of why it's like, well, if nobody else wants it and somebody's putting forward like a proposal, great, let's use the space. But I know that certainly slows the timeline down, but just an idea.
Yeah. That's scary. That is a very interesting idea. I would love to consider that. I think the reason why no one else has come forward is because it hasn't occurred to other people that it might be a reasonable, a possible thing to do. If we put out an RFP, then it would be communicating that we're interested in short-term use of this space while we go through this public planning process. Jack.
I was thinking the exact same thing Lauren was at the same time. I think that's I think this is a potentially beneficial thing, but I also don't want to be in the place of overriding some very valid concerns that Jen and Carrie have, and so I think doing an RFP for the use of the building is a good way to proceed.
Other thoughts? Any thoughts on that?
I wanted to respond to, is this on? Sorry.
Yes.
I wanted to respond to Terry's earlier question about what activities we were planning to have up there. So in addition to the restaurant and bar, which would be open to the public, but separated from the rest of the space so that young people would not be wandering in and out of a bar, we would be having game rooms for youth activities and game rooms for, might have things like bridge night or chess night or card night or competitions, both inside and outside, but nothing that would be a permanent structure in there. There would also be a meeting room and a lounge. So it would be a whole range of regular recreational and social activities going on a fairly constant basis, particularly during times when families are sitting around trying to figure out what to do because each of their family members may have something different they want to do. They can go there and each of them can find the activity they're interested in.
Thank you.
Jack.
I can tell you that while they were in high school, one of my sons and his friends were regulars at the pool table at McGillicuddy's, and whether they were supposed to be there or not because it's a bar, I don't know, but I know that they were there. And so it was, that's the kind of thing that draws people. All right, I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we direct city staff to issue requests for proposals to be prepared or to come to us at our next meeting with a draft RFP for a fairly short timeline because, like 60 days and see what other interest there is in use of the building before we make a decision.
Just so I'm clear on the motion, you want us to draft an RFP to have you review and approve before it goes out. Okay.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
So you wouldn't issue it before the next meeting. We would issue it at the next meeting.
Yeah. Do you think that's reasonable, Bill, or do you think it's?
Wanted to know what you were saying.
Yeah. Do you think it would be?
Because if you would authorize us to issue one, I was then going to ask, do you want us, are there specific activities that we're going to have higher preference for? So in some regards, this might be, we can take a crack at it. You can then weigh it as you see fit.
It seems like the way we usually work with RFPs is that we get a draft from you and then usually approve it without any changes, but still,
So I just want to check in with you all about this idea, the timeline, etc.
This does not meet our timeline.
Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Lauren.
I guess, I mean, part of, ooh, I'm very loud, sorry. I mean, I guess I'm thinking, I don't know how different responding to an RFP versus like the plan that you would be ideally putting to the city, how different that would be. And presumably that would take a while to negotiate anyway, but so I get that it slows things down. Yeah.
Yep. Donna, then Carrie.
Well, two things. I want to an RFP, you have to decide what you need. And we have wanted them to stay, everybody to stay flexible. And yet we're, part of the time we're asking for a business plan, but we want them to stay flexible. And so it's a chicken and the egg in that we want a partner who's going to work to supplement and increase what's available, both on the social and on the sports. And so it does take sitting down the negotiation and the city saying, we feel strongly about this and and you work it out. I don't see anywhere that the city has rented a space and done an RFP. I feel like we've pushed this off and pushed this off. And I feel that a short-term lease is not bypassing anything with public input for the long-term planning. It'll be 4 years before we start digging, folks. And 3-year lease to me is totally reasonable. I totally respect the public process, and it'll be there. It'll be happening while meanwhile, we have, and I think one of the things of them mentioning 3 Penny and getting them is a place that we feel that we've seen its behavior in town, and we've seen its success, like Bar Hill. And so to me, that's like, oh, that's a good source to have out there. And again, everything that's come back, I mean, they've made lists of games here that in their memos of lots of detail. So if you go back and read their memos that they've given us, there's lots of possibilities there, but they also want to stay fluid to what we want. So I feel we're expecting too much concrete from them because on the other hand, we don't want anything concrete. So I will not support an RFP.
Connor.
I don't really oppose the RFP idea, but I'm also cognizant, we tabled this like a month ago when you were pretty clear with us that you're on a timeline. So it feels like maybe changing the rules of the game as we go along here. Could you talk a little bit more about your timeline? And what if an RFP were issued like next week or something and we didn't have to approve it the next council meeting, but we gave staff the discretion to sort of form that with some input from us? Do you mind just talking about the timeline though?
Well, the timeline is we would like to have a 3-year lease. That's basically what we're asking for. And we want to be involved in the recreation part of it. We have been ready to go for quite some time, even before the city bought the property. We were ready to go in December of last year. And so we have loans lined up. We have a grant lined up. We have to use the grant this year. If we don't, for childcare, if we don't use the grant this year, we lose it. It's a 3-year grant. We need to get 3 Penny is not interested in waiting any longer. They need to be in before Christmas. All of our fundraising that we started, we had to put on hold because the situation has been put on a pause. It just, and the issues of the getting these virtual game equipment in there. All of these are removable things. They're not things that, and even when 3 Penny goes in, they're bringing their own equipment in. This is not going to be something that is going to be permanent equipment. If at the end of the lease, decisions made, the hub isn't going to be in there anymore, they can move all their equipment out. They need to get in there by Christmas, and they need a place that they need to go. If they can't get in there by Christmas, we may not, I don't know. They would have to make that decision, but they've made it fairly clear to us, very clear to us, that they need to be in there by November 1st.
Carrie.
I had a question for Bill. What's the fastest turnaround from tonight that we could do the RFP process?
If we had some, and I'm going to count on Mike and or Cameron to interrupt me if I get this wrong. I think the biggest the biggest challenge with any RFP, and I will answer your question, but is knowing what you're asking for. So we could ask for just highest bidder, who wants to make proposals to use this space and how much will you pay for it? We could say we want proposals that include a recreation component and a childcare component. We could say, make us a proposal that shares space with this, so a lot of it depends on what we're asking for, and that will change the market for who's interested is what we put into it. So if there was clarity about what we wanted to ask for, we could probably get an RFP out pretty quickly. I think our RFP writers all three of them are in the room. That's Josh, Mike, and Cameron. So, again, but you want to give, but we also have 3 weeks till the next meeting, not 2. So maybe we could have responses. Maybe they come in right before the, maybe.
Do you mean?
If you want to know the absolute quickest, but that would not give people much time to respond, and it would not, it would mean we have to lightning get one out the door, right? I mean, and please tell me I'm wrong here. I'm making vacation next week. So you get till Friday, right? Yeah. So, those are all, you got to post it. You got to define what you're asking for, what the terms of submission are, like what we're looking for. And then we've got to, presumably some people would want to tour the space. That we could manage. Give a period of time for people to prepare. I think these folks, know what they want. So they'd be able to prepare something, but somebody who never thought of it before needs to at least think about what they want. And then some process for evaluating whether it's just we hand them to the council and you all decide, or we have a score sheet that we give them to you, whatever. But so a lot depends on the clarity going forward.
Yeah, go ahead. I also wanted to sort of put on the table just an RFP is not the only option that you have. There's other processes that we could go through. There's a request for information, which is more of just give us your proposal, which I think would be more similar to what the hub has done, is less formal, gives folks the opportunity to say, if I had this space, this is what I would do with that space. That it doesn't have to be as formal as an RFP process. It could be a council's interested to hear what else is out there if people wanted to bring something to this space. An RFI would be a much quicker and simpler process.
Carrie, thank you. That was going to be my next question. Because I agree that an RFP for a lease is an odd thing that I haven't seen before. And but I would like some way to kind of communicate to the public that it's possible that we might be able to lease this space out for something, and tell us your ideas and come to us with your thoughts. And so if an RFI would be the way to do that. And so then my next question would be, could we authorize the staff to do that tonight, keeping it really open? So we're not asking for certain kinds of uses. We're just saying, tell us what you have, and then come back in 3 weeks and bring to us what you've got. Yeah.
Okay. Ethan, go ahead.
So I have a question about this. And how would doing this as a RFP or an RFI mitigate your concerns about offering a 3-year lease to anybody without the public process having taken place? I don't understand. It sounds more like you're just saying, I want to get somebody in there and get some money from them, but the public process doesn't matter as much if it's done with an RFI. That doesn't really add up for me.
Jack, go ahead.
I have a response to that, and my response is that I don't think that is really a fair criticism, because what I'm hearing at least 2 members of the council say is that they don't want the perception that someone came to the council before we took even step one of our public process and lined up this deal to rent the property, and nobody else even had the chance to come in and say that they wanted to do it, and maybe someone else would have had a better idea than you, and maybe someone else would have offered more money than you are, and there's a perception, and so that's what my thinking is. I
understand.
And I don't think I'm not married to the terminology RFP. I'd be happy to go with Carrie's proposal to say, well, let's be in a position to put out whatever requests we need to put out, so we're in a position to make a decision at our next meeting.
So do we think it would be realistic to put out an RFI? You have enough information, you feel, to put out an RFI and to get responses by the next meeting?
Yeah, because we could structure it loosely, and we could obviously ask, I mean, just, there might be a lot of interest, but some may, I think we could say, provide your estimate of, would this be a revenue generating, because there's probably people, I could have this, that, there, and the city could let me have it for free. So I think, we would be saying, no, the city's looking to lease with, so for financial terms. So what is it you're proposing? And at least I don't think we need a business plan. And by the way, just for the record, we did get confidentially a look at their business plan. So they have provided one to staff. We didn't keep it because we didn't want to create a public record, but they did show it to us. So they have shared that with us, just so you know.
There was a document that I was meeting with, and they offered to show it to me. And I said, well, you give it to me, it's a public record. So do you want to do that? And they wisely decided not to give it to me. And
so we went over the things, but we never got a copy of any records. So I just wanted that to be clear, that to the extent that anyone says they haven't provided something they said they would, they did. And I'm not shilling for them or against them, just that's a fact. So I think we would ask for, your idea, how it would be used, how it would generate revenue for use, to pay the lease. And, I think personally, I would say it ought to be in the public's interest or open to the public. I don't know what you all think about that. Not just, we're going to create a private, I'm going to use it, for a warehouse and pay you top dollar because it's a big space that I could, I think, because I guess as I'm thinking about this out loud, one of the goals of what we're talking about is to get people going up there and using the space. So I think a criteria would be something that will generate a public use, but also generate an income. And it wouldn't have to be, long drawn out. It'd just be, here's kind of, here's our overview of what we would propose to do and what it might look like. And then you could pick the one that you thought was most attractive and be where we are, authorize us to negotiate a lease with them. I mean, if that's what you wanted to do.
Would you want me to amend my motion in order to say that, or are you happy with that, given the gloss?
I think you ought to be clear. RFP is a term of art.
Okay.
And I think it would be clear to just what you're doing, and that because you want to move this quickly. I mean, obviously we have this conversation. I've heard it. We've all heard it, but it's still for the record.
Change your motion.
Okay, so I move to amend my motion to direct the city manager to issue an RFI for uses of the real estate for a 3-year lease with as the manager said, a component of public activity on the property, and with the responses to be ready to be acted on at our next meeting. Is there anything else you'd need?
No, we'll make up the rest.
Okay, yeah. So that was a motion to amend my motion.
Second. Okay, further discussion about that. Yes, Donna.
Would you make it due so that's going to be in the packet on the 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. I want time to
try. Yeah, so that So you would have them to review in advance of the meeting? Yes.
I'm glad you changed it to an RFI, but I'm going to vote against it because I don't think that leasing something for 3 years requires.
Okay. Further discussion about this? Peter Kelman, go ahead. Yep, you're good now.
I'm feeling free to speak a second time because this is a different motion than the discussion before.
That's why I called on you.
Thank you. I don't think this is a good idea, this RFI. Let me just say very clearly, and by the way, all of you know that I am in favor of public engagement as much as anybody on the city council. I don't feel that having an RFI to have somebody else come forward is going to change the misperceptions that are possible in any way. I don't think it addresses the legitimate concern that Jennifer and Carrie have raised. But I think that the concern that Jennifer and Carrie have raised is one that we all of us need to be able to talk to people who have concerns about this. This is a unique group. They've been thinking about this for a long time. They have lots of plans. They've demonstrated flexibility. They've come back with a proposal that is much less grand than the first one, and to delay it further, where they are probably in danger of losing their loan. All of these delays, this kicking the can down the road, I don't think anything will be gained by it. And I think what would be more important would be to enter into a short-term negotiation for a short-term arrangement. And I think that Bill now knows what the concerns are. And part of this is to announce this in a way that will be understandable by the public. Anyway, I'd be very disappointed if you kick this down the can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan, go ahead.
Hi, Stan Brinkerhoff from District 2. When this issue came up, when we all voted on it, I think there's a lot of discussion on Front Page Forum and other places around, what the plan was. And I think for a lot of us, the hub was part of that plan. Getting folks up there was part of the plan. Using it as a recreational space was part of the plan. I haven't personally been up there. I don't know if it's open to the public. I think it is. But having a group like the hub enter into that short-term agreement, I believe was pretty well understood. I thought that was part of the deal. I thought that was what that use of that building was intended for until we had a larger plan for it, including things like housing. If the hub can't make use of it and the timing doesn't work for them, having a building sit for 3 years is not ideal. For folks who represent me in District 2, I would really appreciate a thought to help support what I believe we were voting for at the time.
Okay. Thank you. Nat Winthrop, go ahead.
Hi, I'm vice chair of the hub. I made part of the presentation at the last meeting. As I reported then, we've been in discussions with the Vermont Community Loan Fund. The folks there are very excited about this project. It would represent the biggest project that they've ever given a loan for in their history, and they're based in Montpelier. And as has already been said, we've been working on this for more than a year. Just about a year ago, it was the city that proposed a public-private partnership. We've been talking to the city regularly ever since for going on a full year, going on 12 months. This is well thought out. We have shared a business plan and a financial plan with Josh Jerome, who's our point person in the administration. So it's simply not accurate that we don't have a business plan or we haven't shared it. We just did not want to make it public because we keep having to tweak it. We keep having to shift it as circumstances change. You know, the bond specifically referenced recreation. No one else has come forward since the bond was passed. That's several months ago. And there is the possibility that our plan may not turn out to be viable if we have to wait another month or two. And I think having Three Penny, who have consistently said that they're enthusiastic, they said we could go public with their intentions to run a restaurant and bar up there. So I think a bird in the hand, namely the hub for 3 years, who is prepared to invest millions of dollars in the longer term should a path be made clear through the planning process for us to participate after the first 3 years. All of that is something that you shouldn't take lightly or casually. You know, we're ready to step up to the plate. We're ready to start construction in terms of renovating the space as of October 1st, mainly for Three Penny, but also for this virtual sports equipment. There are already 3 tenants in there, so we would be a 4th tenant. I just think to go, you know, you already tabled us at 5 weeks ago. Now it would be for at least another 3 weeks and probably for substantially longer than that. And at a certain point, it's just not going to work for us. So I'd really appeal to you folks to authorize the city to negotiate this short-term lease. I think it's very much in the public interest.
Thank you. I want to just be clear that the motion that we're voting on right now is about the language change to an RFI. I have thoughts that I want to share about that as about, you know, this plan in general. But thoughts on any further thoughts on just changing the language from RFP to an RFI? Yes.
I totally get the sentiment. I think just at the end of the day, you know, 3 more weeks isn't gonna, you know, I don't think anybody's coming up with a viable offer that's gonna knock everybody's socks out. So to me, it feels sort of like the illusion of public input, you know, on such a short timeline. I agree with the idea of an RFP. I just think it would have had to have been done months ago to really get some, you know, serious bids in there. So I think I still am where I was. I think there's value to this. It brings in revenue, and I think it would be a service to the community. So I'll be voting against it as well.
Okay, so, but to be clear, yes, Lauren, okay.
So as the person who brought forward this idea, I mean, I've heard a couple of things since I had offered that thought as a way to move forward, including some details on the timeline. Before it had just been more amorphous to me. Like, of course you want to move as quickly as possible, but some of these grants and things that are lined up, and especially the childcare, to me, like getting that in, it's part of our strategic plan. If, you know, that I didn't, you know, some of those details, and apologies because I missed the last meeting. So I'm sure some of that might've been talked about. So my apologies that I think, catching up a little with some of the details. I mean, to me also, a fourth tenant in a building for a short-term lease, I'm more prepared to move forward now hearing this. And, maybe as part of the announcement, we're also talking about the public process for the long term and broader, like everyone get your ideas, like let's really, get together as a community and think about what we want to use this space for, which has so many opportunities for recreation and housing and other things. So, I think hopefully we can be thoughtful in how that's put out and really clear. This is a short-term lease opportunity to use the space as we figure out the long-term vision for the place. So I will be voting against, or I guess I would vote for the motion to make it an RFI, but I'm going to vote against doing an RFI.
Okay. Okay. Any further thoughts just about RFP versus RFI? Okay. Anything you would like to say about that? RFP versus RFI.
I don't think either the RFI or the RFP would meet our timetable.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So, further comments on this amendment to the original motion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Sorry.
So we are voting on an amendment to the motion, but not ultimately the motion.
Right. So this is, okay. So, right, we're voting on, should we change the language to an RFI versus the original language, which was an RFP? Okay. Further discussion. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? And Jennifer, I'm not sure I heard you.
Because I didn't vote.
Okay. Would you like to vote one way or the other?
Nope.
Okay. I think we have to do roll call. That's okay. Lauren. Aye. Jack.
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Carrie. Aye. Donna. And Jennifer. Not. You're abstaining.
I can't vote either way.
Okay. Okie dokie. All right. So now math. Okay. So that motion passes. So now we are on to, should we issue an RFI for this at this point? So I think we're clear on what the motion is. Should we issue an RFI for the use of the space?
Yeah.
Probably. Should we just start with that? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna end with Jennifer. Okay, Lauren.
Nay.
Jack.
Aye.
Connor.
Nay.
Carrie.
Aye.
Donna. And Jennifer. Sorry, what was that?
Aye.
That was a nay.
No, aye.
Oh, aye. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay. So it's 3-3. Okay, I am going to vote nay. And so there we are. So the motion does not pass. Jack.
I move we authorize the city manager to enter into a 3-year lease with the hub.
I second it.
Nope.
I feel like we should, does that work for you? Because I feel like it could be like to authorize to negotiate a 3-year lease. Is that
Negotiate and then enter into
to the council?
Yeah.
okay? Cool. Okay. And that's also your understanding. Okay.
Remember that we're asking for a memorandum of understanding. It has 3 components, not just the 3-year lease.
That's not those other components are not part of my motion.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion on that part of it. Okay, not seeing any.
Which part? I'm sorry, Mayor.
Okay, sorry, this is motion about
To authorize the manager to negotiate a lease to come back to the council for review and approval or consideration.
okay. Any further comments from anybody about that?
And-
Yes, Jack.
Jennifer, if you just wanted clarification, I was not proposing to include the special status in the planning process or the anticipated commitment of land to the hub in the future. That would all be, they have absolutely the same right as anyone else to participate in the public process, but not, and to advocate for whatever land they think they should have, but not a memorandum of understanding giving them anything at this point.
Okay. Jennifer, I saw that you had a hand up. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear about why I'm being resistant is because I don't really understand. I mean, I've emailed with them, I've seen their presentations, and I still don't really understand what the hub. It's like I've been thrown all these different ideas, childcare, this, that, and the other, and it's like, how are you going to do all that in a small space and then also have a bar with childcare? It doesn't feel clear to me, and that is why I'm struggling with this, because you guys have a lot of ideas, which I think are brilliant ideas, but they just seem very scattered, and I just don't feel comfortable with that. And that's the reason why. It's nothing personal. It just feels very scattered to me.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion about any of it? Okay. I think I'm going to go just do a roll call. I'm going to do the same order, ending with Jennifer. All right. Lauren.
Aye.
Jack.
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Carrie.
Nay.
Donna.
Aye.
And Jennifer.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion passes. So we'll be doing that. Any further discussion about any of the rest of the proposal? Okay, not seeing anything at this point. Okay. Sorry, is anybody else hearing that really high pitch? That is very curious. Any thoughts that you all would like to share at this point?
I would be curious if one of the council members was willing to offer a motion to consider the other two aspects that we're requesting be in a memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, any thoughts about that, team? Okay. Anything more you could tell us about those other two aspects?
Well, just to clarify, Jack earlier said that we were asking for a commitment for space. That is not what we're asking for. We're just asking for a statement that says there's an intent to try to make a collaborative effort so that we can invest our $3 or $4 million in this project on that property. But we're not asking for a commitment. We're just asking that there be some understanding between us and the city so that we know how to plan our future. And second, that we do feel that we have a legitimate request asking to have a stakeholder position in the discussions about the recreation, given that the history of the whole process that's gone on, which most of the council members are familiar with. But just as a reminder, we were the ones that introduced the city to the idea that that property might be available. And we were about to sign a lease with the former owner to allow us to go ahead with our project. So I don't feel like we're just coming from out of nowhere asking for a slightly different position rather than just the person, when there's a public notice put out, there's going to be discussion about it. So, we feel that that these are things that really we would like to have in writing so that we can plan our future. The lease is important, and I'm really grateful that that the council has considered it, but it doesn't put us in a very safe position, if you understand. We really need to feel like we have a little bit more security and an understanding, a written understanding, that because one of the reasons we're in this position right now is because we have nothing in writing. And so we feel that it's really important that we have something in writing that gives us some sense of what we can do in the future.
Thank you. Donna.
I've been in a lot of planning groups in my going on nine years on the council. And no one at the table has ever had a more stake. I mean, you're a stakeholder, you have people come to the meetings, they talk, they share their opinion. At some point, indeed, if the vision is, oh, we want to do this, and you want to come and present something to the planning process, then you and others can do that. But that's the one that maybe I think is a little strange. I think you just need to get your members to the planning meetings and have them vocalize it just the way everyone else does. And the intent, on one hand, I totally understand you needing something. And I would propose a motion, but I don't think it'll pass. But I'm not sure how we can have a flexible intent. I mean, we can say we have an intention to do that, but it's not a promise. But yet somehow it gives, how would you use it? So we give you this intent. How would you use that? Would you use it to go to the bank and say, this is a likelihood?
Well, I think we would use it in our hub planning processes of knowing that this is the intention, that we're going to move forward, that we don't need to be thinking about alternative places to put up our structure. We've got a 3-year lease, and we don't know what's going to happen next. And even if we don't have a commitment, but we know that that's the intent if both parties can agree on it. And that can be worded in a memorandum of understanding in a way that everyone is comfortable with.
Well, then I suggest you work on language within the MOU, and then it comes back to the council, and we'll see if you get the wording that people can accept.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll get a motion specifically on it, but you could try to bring it back as one of the options, how the MOU would read. The lease agreement.
Well, keep in mind that what we're asking for is an MOU, and one of the components of the MOU is that we would negotiate a lease, which would be a separate document. The lease document is not the same as the MOU. They're two different documents. So the MOU would contain things that would give us more confidence that we know how to move forward, that we have an expectation that it is everyone's intent to try to make this work. It doesn't mean we know that it will work, but it's everyone's intent that it's going to work.
I can see that possibly happening at the end of our first year of planning, as things get more pictured and visualized. But I can't necessarily. I can't.
Well, we could put that in the MOU, that after the first year of the lease, that we would have a discussion about what the long-term plans are. But something that would give us some idea of where we're going to stand in 3 years.
Okay.
The problem with that, I recognize why you want that. The problem with that is that, speaking as one council person, I don't have any idea where we're going to stand in 3 years. And I can't make a commitment that our intention is anything at this point, other than to get a lot of public input and put a lot of resources into planning, and then move forward on what looks like it would best serve the public interest after we have all of that. And that's really the only commitment that I can make.
Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this really gets at the crux of the concern Carrie expressed of like, feels like you're getting ahead of public process to say, we have a predetermined outcome, we're going to go through motions, but we anticipate getting here. I mean, I don't know if this actually accomplishes what you're looking for, because like Jack, I totally get why you want this. And, it's something like it's the hub's intention to demonstrate as part of this 3-year lease that we are a viable and vibrant part of the community and drawing people in, so somehow maybe there's like some way to measure this is proving to be a successful, public asset for the community. And therefore, that's giving you that information you can bring to the public process of look at, it's kind of, this is the proof of concept and let's see how it's working. And so there might be a way to word it that way that I would be more comfortable with, I think.
Any other thoughts on this? So it sounds like there's not necessarily support for this at this point. Am I incorrect? Right. But let's keep talking. So thank you, and look forward to what you all come up with to potentially be approved at the next meeting. Any further thoughts that folks have on any of this? Okay.
I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for taking the time to really think about this seriously, because it's a tough balance that you're trying to achieve here. And, obviously we have our needs and we're going to advocate for them, but I wouldn't want to be in your situation having to figure out how to balance it, but I appreciate your support.
Well, thank you. And look forward to, what we come up with at the next meeting. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Okay. So now we're going to move to the, the project manager recommendation. And for this, I assume I'm turning things over to Cameron.
No, just Jennifer has her hand up.
Oh, Jennifer. Yes, go ahead. And then it'll be Mike.
I'm sorry. I need to go.
It's okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
My medicine is kicked in, so I got to go.
Good.
Good night.
All right. Good night. Yes, Jack.
We only have a couple of items left on the agenda, but we've been going for kind of a long time without a break. Like not quite 2 hours, but it might be a good time for a short break.
Other thoughts? Break? Yeah, okay. I'm seeing some nods. I'm sorry. 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Can we do 5? Okay, 5 minutes. We'll reconvene 10:15. And then.
All right.
Oh dear. And so we're going to bring it back together here. All right. I'm going to turn it directly over to you all. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Mike Miller, Planning Director for the city.
Josh Durham, Community and Economic Development Specialist for the city.
All right. So really quickly, what we're here to talk about is the 203 Country Club Lane, the Elks Club property project manager recommendation approval. So we did put out an RFP for a project manager to continue our planning process. We received 4 applications. We narrowed it to 2, had interviews, and we have come up with a unanimous recommendation to council. The firm, it's going to be led, the recommendation was led by White and Burke, who's a real estate brokering firm in Burlington. And they'll be working with VHB and Black River Design to try to go and do the planning process. So what really stood out to us about theirs was, first of all, their timeline. It's a very rapid timeline. So they're looking at about 9 to 12 months for the planning process. They're hoping for about 9 to try to get through that initial planning so they can start working then on the preparation. We did ask them about the potential of groundbreaking. Would that happen in 2024? In the spring, that would be 18 months from now. They said that might be a little aggressive because we would need the funding and such, but it wouldn't be impossible to see stuff start to happen 2 years from now in the fall. So just something to keep in mind. That's what their timeline is when they're working with us, is they're looking at a 2-year timeline to be able to start working on implementing what gets approved by council, hopefully sometime in the middle of the summer next year. So the funding has, I believe it's in the report, is we've identified the funding. If there's any additional costs that come up, we'll be working with Bill and Finance to see, either because it's ending so close to a fiscal year, maybe something that gets rolled into a following fiscal year that we'll talk about during budgets, but it's in what we had approved for a budget of $150,000.
Okay, questions? No. Okay, comments from no one. Well, that's public here. Okay, Peter Kelman, go ahead. Maybe Peter's hand was left over from the previous discussion.
No. You need
okay. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Okay. I read all the proposals, and I can certainly understand why you would have selected this one. I think I probably would have also. I do have one question. This is the same group that is representing VCFA in their selling their property plans. Now, probably a different department, a different group of people, but I hope that in talking to them, you'll make clear that you hope there's not any conflict of interest with that. That's going to be another large property that could have multiple uses, just like this one. There might be synergies, perhaps, but you need to make sure there's not going to be a conflict of interest. That's my only concern. Otherwise, I thought it was clearly the best proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, I also like this proposal a lot out of all the ones that I read, and I'm a little bit familiar with the organization. I know that they do really good work, so I have a lot of confidence in them. So my only input would be about the public engagement part, and I know that is a sticky, tricky thing for people to do, and it looks like they have it kind of blocked out as one element they're going to do for 3 weeks, and then they're going to move on to other things. So I would be so much more comfortable seeing it more integrated throughout the whole thing. So if you could encourage them to do that or talk with them about that. I would also ask you to consider encouraging them to think really creatively and seek out some alternative sources for how to engage the public, because I think we're pretty good at putting things on Front Porch Forum and putting things on our meeting agendas and posting something on the city website. And there's a whole ton of people that doesn't hit. people who will never come to a public meeting, people who aren't going to come to a Zoom meeting. And there are ways to get in touch with those folks. There are ways, and I'm not an expert in it, but I know that there are a lot of people who have done a lot of really good work on public engagement processes that are really citizen driven, that really meet people where they are and not just asking them to come to us. So all that stuff is great. We got to do all of that. But we have to do a lot more than that as well.
And I guess I would say your observations were the same as ours, all four of us. And so when we contacted them, after we decided that we wanted to select them, our one concern was we wanted them to enhance their public input process. And so they gave us a number of things. They're going to be bringing on a specialist from their organization who's going to then go and help to expand the public input process beyond what you see in the application.
Great.
It was the same thing we saw.
Any comments that you have about Peter Cummins' suggestion or thoughts around go ahead.
We actually, they have had experience working in the city. They were our partner on the parking garage project. They've been advising us on TIF. With Sabin's Pasture, they're familiar with the city. We saw that as a plus. I mean, obviously they're different projects, but the fact that they were doing market studies of what was flying in the city, that they were understanding what the needs were, we wouldn't want to duplicate or be competing. And so the fact that we had, that there's a single, that it's the same firm, I think will inform both processes. So I think it's fair, and I talked with them about it actually before they even submitted. They wanted to know what I thought about it, and that was my take. But, it's a good point that he made.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Lauren.
I agree. This proposal looks great. Totally support it. Just one note on Carrie's suggestion. This morning, the Social and Economic Justice Advisory Committee was talking about this project and that we could potentially bring some ideas, because working with Creative Discourse, there had been a whole process of affinity groups and something. So would love to just, if there's a way for us to kind of interface with this person who's going to be running the public process, we could share, what we've learned through our equity work on some ways to engage the community.
Agreed.
And our city's own communications person will be working on this as well. It won't be all just them. So
great. Okay. Jack.
I move that we approve the contract, awarding the contract to White and Burke.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay. So that is unanimous. So we do not need to do roll call. And Jennifer's not on, right? So thank you so much. Yeah. Look forward to seeing how it goes.
Public process.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right. I would also suggest that we not take up the, where did it go? The Park That Ordinance first reading. I think it's late and there's nothing really. I feel like if we want to give people a real chance to weigh in, I think we probably should put it off for now.
I think we're here earlier.
Yeah.
So I would say if we're going to put it off, which is fine because it's not urgent, although
it will
again,
be.
the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can give people advance notice to be prepared. But I did note in the memo, and Mike's here, that planning and DPW really took a good look and kind of redrafted it from the earlier draft that you saw. I personally feel it's a much better version. But if anyone has any concerns about that, if you could let us know in advance so we can be ready to address it at the first hearing instead of having to redo it. Like I said, I really appreciated the work they did, but it is different than what you saw, although I don't think the content is that different, but just so that would help us move it along.
Okay, great. Any further conversation about anything? Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go to the reports, and it lists the mayor's report first. And my gosh, am I prepared?
You can change the agenda.
I suppose I could. I would. It's been a little while since I had at least advertised that I'm doing office hours. If folks would like to have office hours with me, it'll just be virtual. So just email me and I will get you a link to have a time to chat. And that would be Sunday at 2 p.m. So Sunday, 2 p.m., folks are interested in having a conversation. I would love to do that. And that is going to be it for me for right now. Donna. Okay. Connor.
Yeah, no, I just want to say, you know, the election night was nice, but my mother passed away the same day, so it was kind of a whiplash day. I just want to thank everybody for reaching out. It was yeah, pretty difficult week, but I really appreciate all of you. So
yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Jack.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to comment on something that I've noticed on Facebook lately. I noticed both the Montpelier Police Department has been much more active posting on Facebook, posting on different law enforcement activities they've been doing, and other neighboring police departments have been doing the same thing. And I want to say that I really appreciate and support the decision that Montpelier Police Department has made to when they post that they've done something and they've made an arrest, that they have not been publishing the name of the person who has been arrested. And I think this is a really good thing for a couple of reasons. One, when the person's arrested, they're still innocent. You're innocent until proven guilty. And so why should we be putting someone's name out there and making the whole world think they're a criminal when they're innocent? Two, why I think it's definitely in the public interest to have the public know what the police are doing, but why publicize the worst moment, well, maybe the worst moment of someone's life if we don't need to? The choice not to publicize the people's name is really part of our public policy of restorative justice. And so I think good job doing that.
Yeah. Lauren.
Just wanted to remind people that we had several appointments tonight and lots of committee appointments. We do have our stipend program. So please know that stipends are now available for participation in city committee work. So please look at that, apply, get involved. And would also just wanted to note that, I mentioned that the Social and Economic Justice Advisory Committee was talking about the Elks Project as a place where we could look at public engagement. And we're also doing kind of prioritization right now. So if there are projects that you all as counselors being on many of these committees, or anyone who is serving on those, think could be a good place for where the expertise of that group could be helpful, or we're, weighing in, looking at the equity implications of different actions the city is taking. We're definitely interested in trying to kind of collect ideas and set some priorities for the upcoming year. So would welcome that kind of input. The only other thing that I've gotten a couple communications from various folks about some of them are now outdated, but about the parking ban, like the winter parking ban. And I feel like normally we talk about that post spring, and I feel like
we didn't really do a debrief.
Yeah, we didn't do a debrief, and I feel like sadly winter's going to be here before we know school starts tomorrow. So if maybe it's just we look at the updated policy at this point and do the debrief all together. But it just was on my mind that we never kind of looked at the lessons learned, and definitely got a good amount of input during the winter about it.
Yeah. I'm going to take a little prerogative and add to mine, which is to say that I'm very grateful for the support of the voters of Montpelier, having won gotten the highest number of votes for support for state senate in the Democratic primary from Montpelier was significant. That was very helpful, and I'm very grateful for everybody's support. And yeah, thank you.
Oh, and congratulations to you and Connor.
Yeah, thank you. All right, John.
Might as well mention that I have already updated the ordinance on the website. So.
Already got it.
Boom. Isn't there a certain number of days before it's?
Well, no, the days are indicated in there, but the document is updated. Okay. And I just wanted to say it's up there. After all that, it's now official.
Okay, Bill.
I actually have a list. So I'll try to get through them pretty quickly, but they're quite a bit. So number one, I did send you out this information earlier, I think today or yesterday, but I'm sorry. Is that better? I'm not. If any more, I'd be eating it. Now I'm vibrating. Okay. So sent this out. We unfortunately did not get the Northern Borders grant for district heat. So that is a shame. We put in hats off to Cameron and our staff for really putting a ton of work into that grant. I think, at least in the letter we got, they really emphasized that they were looking for economic development projects. That was their real key priority. So none of these are in particular order. The Housing Task Force is looking hard at sheltering options for the winter. And they, you approved the grant at the last, actually tonight, you approved the contract for them to move forward with their plan. That's going to be a big step. But right now, there was no plan to shelter at Christchurch again because there's no one to run it. So we are looking at that and looking at the costs. So more to come on that. Speaking of sheltering, the comment was made earlier tonight, and I didn't want to get into it because we were talking about something else about sheltering. Just a reminder that the city put $100,000 into the new shelter in Berlin. So it was not a neighboring town simply taking care of it. It was actually a regional partnership, and we were one of the major contributors. In response to that general comments of that individual, we do follow up to the general business every Friday. So we don't get into back and forth here, but if people have questions or raise issues or comments in the weekly memo, I do respond to that. I know you all know it. If there's somebody still watching, I want to make sure they knew that we don't just ignore it. Let's see. What do you mean post?
If you respond to your comment in your weekly memo, could you somehow make it a public statement there?
Sure. Or maybe at the end of public comment.
Because I wouldn't have, you mentioned that, but I don't think it's really live.
Right. Well,
public's mind.
Yeah. Let's see. Just Main Street paving is going to be a big job. That's going to start next Monday. You may hear about this. It is right after school starts. We made all efforts to have this done prior to school starting due to some permitting conflicts with the contractor. They're going to start Monday. They have agreed to not start work until 9 a.m. So all the morning commute will happen. Basically, it's a 2-day milling and filling thing. So what's going to happen is on Monday, next Monday, they're going to start at the roundabout, go past the middle school and go up Main Street toward Town Hill and do that side of the road. They're going to stop when they finish. And then they're going to do the exact same thing on Tuesday. So both days they will be starting after the morning commute, and by the afternoon, there will be some detours. It's not going to be perfect, but they should be up the hill and out of the school zones. Mechanical problems or weather, those kinds of things. But that is the plan. And they've been really good to work with. And then the final paving is going to actually occur on a Saturday to avoid school conflicts. So, and that's by September 10th. So that project will be completely done by September 10th. That's going to be a long stretch of road. East State is still moving along. And then again, All the work is on our website and on the weekly memo that DPW has been really active, and our staff has been really active at getting the word out of what's happening, but there are a lot of projects happening. Unfortunately, we've got a couple of hiring processes underway, and the building inspector, assistant city manager. So if you know anybody that would be good at either one of them, let us know. And then lastly, I did want to mention talking about hiring, because, and I this is big. You know, we really are getting to the point of really emergency crisis shortages in police, and pretty close to that in DPW. They're really reflecting the nationwide situation. You know, police I think are just having struggles anyway. And in DPW, you know, if you have a CDL and experience running heavy equipment right now, contractors are scooping you up left and right at top dollar. So it's becoming a crisis as far as getting work done. So we're in conversations with both departments about how to address that. And one of the ways to do that is to revisit their contractual wage agreements. So you may hear more about this. I wanted to make sure I said that and said it in public, that we have longer term agreements with both these unions. And we are looking at perhaps having to reopen them. Obviously, you would be involved in that. And you know what that costs, where the money comes from, all of that. But it's going to be that or a choice between not delivering our essential services because we don't have anybody to do it. And so not an easy choice. We'll have impacts on next year's budget, but it's probably the biggest, most stressful thing that's on our office's desk right now. So have a good evening, everybody.
Oh gosh, well, thank you. Yeah, well, keep us posted. I'm sure it will be. All right, so I think that is the end of our business. So without objection, we will adjourn 10:37. Thank you, everybody. Whew.